everybody. On a whim here, coming to you live, hopefully on Twitch and YouTube. It does seem to be working, so this is good news. Rob, would you like to say hello?
Hello.
Okay.
How is everybody?
There we go. So we got Rob up. The channel seems to be up. Let's bring up YouTube and see what happens. It's always a mystery to me, folks, so magic black boxes. And do we have tales of woe to tell today? All right. Yeah, it's YouTube is up. I stopped checking Twitch because half the time I don't know if it's working or not anyway. So let's get the chat window fired up so I can read it. There we go. All righty. So we are back at Kingsport Lighthouse on PS4, and we're under attack by Rust Devils, no less.
That's one way to kick off the stream.
Why is it locking on frag mines? I guess I have to go down. Oops, wrong way. As usual. Oh, maybe they're all done attacking. I don't know. Sure, okay, of course I get stuck in the chair. Don't hear any more shooting. Well, looks like they're all done. I keep waiting for some of the Creation Kit stuff, Creation Club stuff to go on sale so that I can get it for the PC and the stuff that I want. Hasn't been on sale yet. Look at all the good stuff he's got. Yes, I know it's dark. It's nighttime. Leathers. Well, apparently my defenses are working pretty good. So...
That's a good sign.
It is. Carla's trying to steal the stuff. Okay. There we go, Carla. Alrighty.
What's Carla doing at Kingsport?
Didn't we put in the trader post? Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, yeah. I forgot she goes to the trader post. I was annoyed that she only ever went to Sanctuary, but I never put in the trading post.
Oh, yeah, you have to put the trading post in to get them to go anywhere else. So, hello, Russ! Hello, Russ! Every 2 weeks, it changes for PC. Okay. I did not know that. As far as I know, we don't have anybody assigned here yet. We don't have any...
What changes for PC every 2 weeks?
On the Creation Kit stuff, they do an update, and it becomes available on sale and stuff.
Okay.
So, it's usually only 10 or 20% off, but, you know, if I save a few bucks, I save a few bucks. And speaking of which, I had somebody who has contributed to me on PayPal. I thank them, and it will come in handy because, as we know, this stuff ain't cheap. So now I got to figure out how to pay off $2,000 worth of computer equipment I just bought. So let's see, what were we doing last?
No, you could sell yourself at the bowling alley.
That's true. That's true. If we had a bowling alley that was open, I guess I could go work the corner. But then I got a mask on, which might help. So. Alright, so this, like I said, this is why I didn't want to put the trading post is, because they just come here and stand in the middle and be a nuisance. So, but anyway, okay, we got some daylight. Let's go see, we get all the, make sure we got all these guys, their goodies. And we'll dump that in the
Yeah, Russ. Every once in a while, I do log into the creation club to see if they do have free stuff, because I remember getting some free skins or something from them. And
Yeah, you'll get free. They always have free skins. They're either weapons or pit boys or something, and which was all fine and dandy, but that doesn't do me a lot of good as far as the stuff I have to buy. Like I like in here, I have almost every one that they have that adds stuff to the workbench. So actually, I think I have them all, but on my PC because I didn't want to have everything being redundant. Uh, so, Alan, how you doing?
yeah, Plats. If you know the secret code in the creation club, there's just a I win you can buy for $60.
Yeah,
You buy that, you activate it in game, and it gives you the end credits.
different number of vault suits for free. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, they usually it's because they're just retextures. They're not really. Um, what I'm saying is you can get almost anything with the skins. Eventually, will come up free. So we have somebody here, Predman. Hello, how are you? Yes, PS4. We're doing a vanilla. Basically, I have a couple of mods running. One is UCO, and the other one is to turn off all the radios. So, anyway, so,
Oh, funny story.
oh, we got a funny one.
The,
Go for it.
the other day, I was watching Draco playing Fallout 4 on. He's doing the Sim Settlements
Yes.
playthrough, and he keeps having to run up and turn off radios. And I looked at him, or I looked at the screen, and I typed in his name and said, I heard there's a guy who made a mod that turns off all the radios. I think it's called the Streamer's Friend?
Yep.
And he was like, yeah, real funny, RP. It doesn't work because these came out after. I have to modify it.
Yep.
In case you're not aware, Draco's the one who wrote the mod, Streamer's Friend.
Yes, and I have been eternally grateful for him for doing so because before when I was streaming Fallout 4 on PS4, every time I got copyright strike, so I would have to go in and delete. You have to go in and manually delete every claim area, so the audio or the video, and sometimes I had to edit the videos, and I mean it was just a shit ton of work for very little. I need to put a crate or something up front here. I don't think I have crates. There's a crate I want. I guess I could use an ammo box. Let's see what we got here.
Well, Predman, that's because PlayStation has the restriction that you can only use mods that don't require external scripts.
Right. So we need a box of some sort up here to put the turret on. And
Although I will say this one from my own personal observation. I have played Fallout 4 on an Xbox One, and I've played it on a PS4. System performance, it was better on the PS4. But yes, mods were not necessarily available for all the things you want to do in the PS4.
right.
Sony definitely has the edge on the performance.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, it doesn't want to sit on that box. Crap, that figures.
Now, there are very few items that it will sit on.
Yeah, I know. That would definitely get it up high enough. Okay, let's get rid of that one. Let's try, because if I just set it here, which I can do, I can go get a rug and kind of stuff it in there a little bit. But what happens See, it doesn't really want to sit there because of where the barrel is. So it's pointing at the boat, so it doesn't serve much of a purpose there, does it? I guess we could stick it up here.
Remember, when a detection is made, it actually
yes,
aims at the detected person.
That's true. I guess we can put it up here. Now. Yeah, building in vanilla is definitely a lot different because, like one of the things I do is, or what I'm going to try to do here, I'm going to have to go get a cement pillar, I guess. Well, let's just go ahead and put one in.
Well, Predman, unless Sony found a way around the external script problem that they were trying to avoid with the PlayStation 4 restrictions, you're not going to see it on the PlayStation 5 because their paranoia came from what Nintendo went through with the Wii hack, and they actually had a lot of damage done to both Nintendo and player accounts because of the hack that supposedly couldn't happen with the Wii.
That was their belief. They were wrong. Let's see if we can get these to go in here. It's too low still. Well, it'll work. Let's see, I just want to put one there. That looks good. Put that one there.
Oh, Squishy.
Squishy! Hello, how are you? Well, I don't intend on buying either one of the consoles, so the new consoles that are coming out. So at least
I never buy the first iteration.
well, I made that mistake with the PS4, and I went through 4 of them, I think, before I got one that actually worked more than 2 days. And what they were doing is they would repair the old one and then send it back, and it would burn out again, and then, you know. So we just went round and round and round. They finally sent me a brand new PS4, and that's the one I'm still using to this day. So there you go. So now we put those in there. And then we go back.
I entered a couple of contests to win a PS5 and a Xbox Series S or X. I don't remember which. But I wouldn't pay for one. Not in the first series.
Yeah.
There's too many bugs that they didn't discover before release that I don't want to have to discover for them. I'm not being paid to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's kind of how I felt about it. And, oh, come on. You just want to be difficult. I can see this. So can I get it to hop up here so I can pick it up? Yep, there we go.
Isn't that the same thing you put the floor piece on?
Yeah. I didn't think the turret would sit up there, but it does. I'm just trying to figure...
It's going to make the turret too low, though. The floor piece is thick enough that the entire bracket...
that's true, but what I can do is throw a floor down.
And then put the turret there, and then pull the floor out first.
Yep. There we go.
Yep.
If I need to. If it doesn't look too stupid, then... it looks pretty stupid.
Yeah, Squishy, the PS5 next year will probably have its second revision. That's probably a good point to say, okay, they figure out all the mistakes they've made. But
crap.
The release version is definitely not a happy one to work from.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I wouldn't recommend it, I guess, is what I'm saying. I would not recommend buying the first version of it.
I always wonder why, or shouldn't say always wonder, but I wonder why they do such a piss poor job of testing before they release their hardware. That literally day one, you've got the reports of
major malfunctions. Yeah,
hardware.
yeah.
Yeah.
Part of it is because they have to meet the delivery schedules and all that other happy horse shit. I think is a large part of it. But the other reason being is that, and I've talked to Russ about this, you know, testing it on your shit is all fine and dandy, but that doesn't mean it's going to work. And people seem to forget that. And every PC is different. Every system that you, no matter what you do, it's always going to be a little bit different. And real world is totally different than a lab. Trust me. I've worked in industries where, you know, everything worked just peachy fine in the lab. And as a person who worked, you know, with IBM computers and crap, and we'd get them working, and they'd be in the lab, and, you know, on my bench, they'd be working just fine. I'd ship it to the customer, and it won't fucking work. And it got to the point, one of our major accounts was Motorola, and they were buying, you know, about 10 to 20 computers a month. I'd build 20 computers, ship them out, and 6 wouldn't work. Now, I built all 6 of them on the fucking bench, you know, all 20 of them on the same bench with the same everything, but 6 won't work out of 20. I don't know why. You know, so I have to go on site and go figure out, and it's always something. You know, bad power, bad surge. You know, they don't have it hooked up right. Their internet is, back then it was token ring. Their token ring was squirrely.
My PlayStation works perfectly if I plug it directly into the wall socket.
Yep.
If I plug it into a power strip, it won't power up.
That if you get yourself, and I can tell you why. It checks for ground fault. Okay, I'm not saying you have a ground fault, but that's what it's checking for. And if the power supply, because they're universal power supplies, so if it sees a phase variance, it will not function. It just shuts it down for safety reasons. And so what you have to do is, this is the way I do it, because everybody I know has the same fucking problem. I carry a ground fault detector with me. And sure enough, I was over at my brother and my sister's house, and they were having a power problem, and I just whipped it out and plugged it. Yeah, I go, you got an open ground. Yeah, but everything else works. Yeah, I go, I know, but this uses technology, and you have to have the proper everything. You know, so, and if you don't, it will scream at you and make all kinds of funny things and not work. And so lo and behold, opened up the box, tested the ground lead, found out that the ground lead was not connected at the fuse box properly. So I just reconnected everything. Took me about 30 minutes to diagnose the problems, and bada bing, bada boom, it was operational. So there you go. Alright, so now we got lights. We got to hook up some power over here somewhere, somehow, at some point.
I'm beginning to wonder if the trashmen just randomly choose when they're going to show up in my neighborhood.
Could be. Mine are pretty consistent, but it is kind of frustrating how they do shit. So, okay, why will that...
Last week they weren't on my streak until 7 p.m.
Yeah.
The week before that it was 8 a.m. And this week it's 1:30 in the afternoon.
Huh. That is kind of weird. Okay, we'll just put a power connector there. Actually, I could put it up there maybe. Would make more sense. Let's do that. Yeah, well, we'll leave that one there for now. What the hell? And we need one of these. And we're just going to stick that up here somewhere. Put that one there. And I need another light to go up there. Need our masthead light, folks. Got to have a masthead light. It's required. Of course, now you don't want to go. Of course not.
I should go see if my local Best Buy is letting people into the store, which is you'd think that they'd have a policy. Yes, you can come in if you're wearing a mask or not.
Yeah.
But no, actually, it's decided every day by the store manager.
You gotta be kidding me.
Some days they'll open for regular business. Some days
They
it's
don't.
pickup only.
I'll be dipped. That's pretty bizarre. Okay, I'm having problems here with the mast headlight. Okay, let's stick a ladder in so I can get up there and see what the hell the problem is.
But I'd love to give the PS5 a test swing, so to speak.
Trust me, it's not. It's, it's they all use a universal power supply that runs between 50. Actually, it will run down as low as 40 hertz and up to about 77 hertz, and from roughly 50 volts up to 260 volts. And then what they do is on the U.S., because it's required by U.S. standards that by UL, that you have to have a grounded 3-prong or a polarized plug for certain conditions. And consumer electronics are allowed to use a polarized plug, which means they have to use, there's a little circuit you have to add because of the phasing. And it fakes out the ground faults is what it does, basically. So, and that's how they get around it, but that's why you'll find some stuff will work directly being plugged into the outlet, which is truly grounded. It's a, and then you'll find stuff that, nope, won't work if you plug it in. And it just has to do with ground faults and all that good happy horse shit. So it's just a pain in the ass, just more fucking work for everybody. And let's make everybody's life miserable. So, type shit. I swear to God, the more technology they add to crap, the worse things seem to get. I gotta find a place.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Like Scotty said in Star Trek, the more pipes you put in the plumbing, the easier it is to gum up the works.
Yep. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, let's see if we can get our masthead light up there now. Let's see, I gotta be down here, go to electric.
Squishy, I never played Subnautica. I've seen it a few minutes of gameplay.
There we go.
It seems like it would be a fun game, but never played it myself.
There's our masthead light. And then we need to be nautically correct. We have to have one on the stern. Midships. So we just need it to be like right. Oh, you bugger. Just went in the wrong place. Oop, I found a build menu. Ah, poop. Alright, I think it just stuck it on the back of the
winch?
The winch, I think. It's hard to do it in the water, as you all know. You get, trying to hop on the tire here and get around. Maybe I got lucky and it did place it. I was out of the build menu quick enough that it's not there. Good. Let's try again. It's all in the timing, folks, as they like to say. I know I'm outside the buildable area. Damn you! It's not drowned while we're doing this. Actually, I think I have the right perk. Well, I got a light in there, I just don't know if it's in the right place. I can't see! Well, it's kind of there. We'll figure it out. Okay, I give up. I'm going to have to put a platform in so I can stand there. Temporarily. If I can. This is not cooperating. Get a floor to stick up here somewhere. Nope.
Can you stand up on the dock and put it in place?
I don't think I can quite get out far enough. I could try. Okay. See what happens. You can see where the build line goes. It's
Cuts right through the middle of the stern, it looks like.
almost not quite. Yeah, see, it's not. It's there, but it's not. I can't get close enough to pick it off. So maybe if I can build a couple of small floors here, someplace, and get down to it with a ladder or something.
I'm gonna make myself a quick snack.
Ooh, don't blame you. Sounds like a plan. Nope. Oh, wait a minute, it
Be
flickered.
right back.
There it is. There we go. How far down can I go? Nope, that was it. Well, that might work. That might work. Oh no, Mr. Bell. Ah, shit. Well, maybe that's not actually the light. I guess the only way to tell is to go over here and go back in the drink. It does seem like it's the light, but I can't get to it anymore. Oh, poop. Alright. Why am I sinking? I never had this happen before where you sink. There we go, got it. Alright. So we're gonna have a funky light down here, but it'll work. Store that. So we got all our lights on. We got power conduit up there. It probably won't reach to there, but we'll find out. We need a little generator someplace. What do you think? Maybe underneath the winch here would be a good place to put a little generator. How far can we jam that? Yep, there's the other light. I just saw it. There it is, right there. How do I get to that? There we go. Okay. So, is there any way I can just kind of jam that generator in there? Nope. Okay, how about if we stick it on a rug maybe and jam it in there? You gonna grab one of these? Nope. Hello, Jules! What's up, Russ? Yes, Russ, what's up? You got my attention. Or just at your back? Okay, so we need a generator, and let's see, we'll go stick it on a rug and see if we can kind of jam it in that way. Maybe? Or a rubber mat, I mean, since they're all over the deck. Well, that's a big one. We want the little one. There we go, that one right there. Come on, there we go. And we'll put our generator on that and see if we can slide that whole thing in there. So we want this generator. I'm going to have to use 2 rugs. Okay. Come on. Really? There we go. Hopefully that'll work. Ah! It's not gonna let me do it. Okay, what's the problem? I don't know. Shit. I hate this crap. Not having place anywhere. Let's do it this way. Why that thing makes a racket? I know what the problem is, I think. That my mat is too much mat. Let's see if I can do it this way. Alright. It's on the mat, but it's not on the mat. Well, not! You want the player home in the settlement? No. I don't think we need a player home. I don't like player homes because they don't really... Okay, I see what the problem is. It's hitting the winch, or the... This... Not the winch. What is that? A crane. So I got a spacing issue here. So let's try just a standard welcome mat or something, I guess. Do that one. I'm just trying to get this under the winch a bit more, so... How far does this have to be away from that to make that work? Anyway. Let's see if we can do it that way. Because, let's see. That might work. I don't know. Aha! Okay. As good as I can get it. It's crooked, but it'll work. I just gotta get some conduits in here somehow. Yes, he is! Reese, how you doing? Good to see you. Okay, let's get a conduit stuck back here someplace. Okay, now what am I stuck on? Go. Okay, that's going to light up the backlight. We're going to hook something on the side of the crane here. Right there, I think. Get that to the generator, I hope. That worked. I'm going to glitch a wire from here. One up there. Well, I guess I shouldn't have been so quick to take that ladder down. Okay, that's... Oh, that light's working. Okay, just these aren't working. Okay. That's why I put that conduit there. Okay, so... I still gotta get a wire from there to there, though. No, I don't. I know how I can do this! Need my ladder back. Dang. What the hell's going on? That's weird. There we go. Oh, menu hung up. You got a vape today? Rogue Company? AJ, hello, how are you? Lol? Okay. Yeah, well, lol. Something's making sparkly noises. Something's screwed up. So if I hook the wire... Oh, wait a minute. Before I do that, I gotta stick a conduit down. I might be able to do it a different way. Conduits. I am very fine, thank you for asking. I'm doing one of the things that I really enjoy doing, which is streaming and entertaining and communicating with people around the globe. So, which I do really enjoy, folks. Okay, so now we take that wire and glitch it. This here one. Thusly, and now all our lights should be working. They are! There they go! So everything is working. Excellent. So I can get rid of this little conduit right here. Don't need it anymore. Well, I thought I could get rid of it. Okay, I cannot get rid of that for some reason. Oh well. Yeah, the problem is that the problem with dipping, especially over a long period of time, is it really leaves you open, first of all, to gum rot, which, trust me, you don't want to get, because I had it and I wanted to be having to have all my teeth yanked. And it wasn't from dipping. My family does not have a history of good gums or dental. And I never had enough money to have my teeth properly taken care of, so... So yes, it is a something that you really, really don't want to do. So we have our defensive boat here. Needless to say, this was the opening salvo for the Minuteman Navy, or as Russ likes to call it, the Wasteland Navy. And then you got to add a light back in here someplace.
I'm back. Did I miss much?
No. You know, just a money giveaway, that's all.
Darn, I always miss that part.
Yep. I know, it's a pisser. So I think we're just going to throw some red lights in here for nighttime piloting. So, and call it a day there. So they're in here somewhere. 5,000 lights.
Jules, good to see you.
Yes. Oh, that's who you missed. And Reese. How was your snack, sir? Was it
I'm eating it now.
Oh, okay. Well, enjoy.
And it is everything it was the other night.
There you go. That's even better. Leftover. I love leftovers. Okay, so we got some red lights for, let's see. I don't think I have, let's see, what else could we possibly put in here that would look cool? Not much. I don't have much, that's the problem. This is an unmodded game, so... I could sneak a computer terminal in here, maybe? You know, glitch that into there. That might look okay. What else do we have? That's about it. Unless somebody can think of something that would be spectacular. Without mods, it's...
There aren't a lot of things
in vanilla to do stuff like this, but that's why I was thinking if I jammed the terminal in there, maybe at least it would have something going on there. Where is it? Is that it? That's it. It would be too low though, although that might look okay. Now it's going to cut right through the middle of the terminal by the looks of things.
Yeah, the terminal, the keyboard will be below the...
Yeah. Okay, so
that
doesn't work. This is way too big to hang on a wall in here, I think. Oh yeah, it just covers part of the door. Okay, that's out. Trying to think of anything. You could always put a cabinet in here like this and have they come down here and play Atomic Command or something. There's nothing under Marquee. Manufacturing, I don't think there's really anything we want to use. Nope. Let's see. And then normally for the throttle control I use, is that the right one? Yeah. Is that it? No. Where is it? That one without the stanchion. Oh, that's under conduits, that's why. So... this one here. Jam this in there for the throttle control, but we don't have a steering wheel. So, I don't think we're going to do that. I think we're just going to leave it the way it is.
It's the future, Di. They don't need steering wheels.
Right. Did I stick a boat down here? Oh, that's right. We were working our bar last time. That's what we were doing. Okay. Time to go get some sleep. No, I didn't put a cot in here. Okay, let me put a cot down.
I can't understand why you wouldn't want to run all the way to the top of the lighthouse to sleep every night.
You know, I almost never decorate the lighthouse because it's just a pain in the ass going around in circles all the time. So, being a dizzy D that I am. So anyway, so that's why I decorate the boat, so at least it looks like something. So, just without mods, you don't have a lot of options. That's my point. So, but from a vanilla standpoint, I think it looks okay. I guess I can go take the platforms down I put up. Okay, so we got the boat done. Let's see. I know we need to get a couple of new settlers in here, so I think we go turn the beacon on, go get some settlers. Because we got a bar And we got the bar here, and then we have, which we got to do some more building at, and then we have the general trader. I don't think we assigned a general trader yet. I don't think. Because I only got 3 people. One's the provisioner, one's defense, 2 are defense.
Oh, Reese. All of the cars have steering wheels. I'm gonna guess not, but anything's possible.
Yeah, they probably use like a rudder thingy, you know, so you like a tiller, you know, so you, to be really stupid. Oh, Carla finally found the seating area for him. That's good. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go turn on the beacon. We need what, at least 2. Let's get 3 more settlers in here. Okay. And we got our junk wall worked good, guys. It did the job, so I'm happy with that. So, so we got this.
I just got a message from a friend of mine that YouTube is intentionally messing with bandwidth to try and interfere with people they have not yet banned.
Who is?
YouTube.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, we're gonna get at least 3 more people in here. It's a little too straight for most people's liking, but why would you necessarily build a crooked wall? So, because all you need is a piece of string to build a straight wall. So, I mean, it's not hard to do. I've put in miles of fence.
Well,
what?
I've put in straight walls or straight fencing with just my eyes.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure that, you know, you could manage to pull it off.
Ranger, hello. So, yeah, exactly. I mean, we did, Christ, what the hell is it? At least a half a mile of barbed wire fence when I was a kid, and, you know, we put a pole in at both ends, basically, and then it just eyeballed the rest in, you know, and it's like, because we want the fence to start here, and we want it to end there, okay? And barbed wire, depending on how many strands you run, you're running a 3-strand barbed wire, it tells you about how far apart you want, because you got to stretch it, you know. So you can't stretch 1,000, you know, 2,000 feet of wire. It just doesn't work. So anyway, well, you could try, but it doesn't work. Trust me, because we tried, and guess who got tied up in the barbed wire when it snapped? So yes.
I've never seen somebody who stretches more than 100 foot at a time. But
yeah.
It would be you.
No, well, we weren't trying to do 2,000, but we were definitely overdoing it, and and it did. And everybody thought it snapped at the puller. It did. It snapped about 20 feet short, you know, away from it, and from the far pole. So I got wrapped up in, I don't know, a couple of 100 feet about. We were trying to skip, you know, to expedite that, you know, and it didn't work. And so, and once one strand breaks, that causes the stretcher to get cattywampus, and then of course they snap, you know. So
yeah,
and
you know, all the shortcuts to save time usually end up making it take longer.
Yeah, sure did. So that's what happened. Okay, so we need at least 3 more people. Let's see. So we were working on the bar last time. I finally remember what we were doing. I couldn't remember. So, and we got this far. We got this floor in, and which was to fix this little crookedness here. And I thought that came out pretty good. We got a little barbecue over here. I forgot who gave us this idea. I believe it was BB and our BK and Ted. How you doing? Crop circle makers. Straight line with a baseball cap and a bit of wire. Yeah! Exactly. I've done 2 builds in the lighthouse, and it was more trouble than it was worth. And then you find out that the settlers don't want to go up there, and so it just becomes a lookout point. So I put a radio station type thing in there. And, you know, so it looked like they were You don't even get the radio, the ham radio, so I forgot what I used. So somebody could sit there. If they did, it looked like they were talking into a radio. I forgot what I put something in there. Something stupid, like an ashtray or something. Okay, so we've got our little barbecue. We got our bar. We don't have any lights yet, and we don't have... What else don't we have? I put a radio that we're going to use. So we need some seating, and what else do we want here? Seems like we should have some stuff over here. Some benches, maybe? Well, we need another prep area, so I think we need... we don't have those tables in vanilla. Those long, skinny, you know, the long, skinny tables, although we can... Oh, wait a minute, that's right, I was trying to put shelves up here, and that didn't work either. Although there is a way to fudge it, if I can find a spot to put them. I can jimmy them in with... yeah, see, I want it to be up to the top so it looks like an edge. So if we could get two across there, that would be good. It doesn't go up.
You have to jimmy them in, you can't thread them in?
Nope, can't fret them, you have to jimmy. You know, so... There we go, we'll do it this way, maybe. There we go.
You know, I just realized I nodded my head at your answer as if you could see me.
Well, thank you, Julie. So, I know you're disappointed, Julie, that we're not using, we're not doing the Julie P. boots. Maybe I should update everybody on what's going on. Russ has reversed tables on me, and now he's made me he's become the slave master, and I am the slave. So I spent 5 or 6 hours yesterday trying to get 3 programs up and running. I got 1 working, 2 were no-goes, and so because I committed to trying to learn Blender. I've done some 3D modeling in the past, but I've always done it in AutoCAD, and I don't have AutoCAD. It's a very expensive program, like thousands of dollars, you know. So anyway, and I don't know exactly what Blender does, so that's why I got Blender to load. That was not a problem. Just downloaded and installed. It has to be on C drive. I don't know what it is with these programs having to be on C drive, but it wouldn't work on D drive. So, but it'll map. You can map once you get it loaded. You can map for any data directory you want. So anyway, but it does not read NIF files, which is what we need to read Fallout files. So there's a NIF import-export utility, so I went to try to install that. That did not work. There's also something called NIF tools that reads directly, supposedly, Fallout 4 mods. I thought, cool. Or not mods, but NIF files. So, which is called NIF scope. Yeah, that was 3 hours pissed away. And I just finally got so frustrated about 6 o'clock last night that I just shut everything off, basically. I just couldn't do it anymore. So, anyway, yeah, it was pretty disappointing. I do want a couple of benches down here, maybe one over here. Methinkus. And then over here we're going to put some, we got those new stools that we got out of the Pina Colada collection. What the hell's that thing called? I forget. But anyway, hopefully they're in here someplace. There they are. These guys. So, you know, with the surfboards and stuff. So we'll put a couple of these in. And so there's somebody sitting there. We'll have somebody sitting here talking to the cook. So maybe. I don't know. Ah, fuck it. We'll just do it this way. And I like the one with the backs, because then I don't have to try to figure out who's talking to who. You know, I know they're going to sit down and face the right way. So, I think these are little... Kind of want them to look like they're sitting at the little thingy here. So they're, like, doing something. I don't know. You guys get the drill. So... There we go. What's that? Killzone 3? Yeah, I'm not into those kind of games. So, we got a little bench. I think we need to put a couple of boosts in. Let's see, I was going to put the radio up on the bar, I think. But I don't think you can, because it does that thing. So... But I'd really like the radio up, like, right there. So, we're going to see if we can figure out a way to get that radio up there. So what we're going to do is go plunk it in the sand. Go get our cement pillar, because if I'm not mistaken, I got some dirt back here somewhere. No, I don't. Okay, well, that sucks. Okay, so I got to be that high. All right. Okay. So we want it to be... Nope, not that deep. About there, I think. That looks good for a start. Let's see where we're at. There we go. Got the radio. Am I close? You think I'm close, guys? Ooh, way too tall. Wow, okay. Back we go.
It is break time, Doc.
No! Can't be!
You don't want to face the wrath of Julie.
I do not. She is a tough taskmaster. Oh no, I need this to be over this way a little bit. There we go. That's probably going to be too low now. Well, that's actually about the right height.
Hey, Jet.
Can't see it. Looks a bit floaty to me. Ooh, it's so close though. Except I can't seem to get... There we go, right there. Actually, that does look like about the right height, does it not?
Well, the height looks pretty good.
You only get one crack at this, guys. You know, it's just a guesstimation. Okay, that's my preferred location. Does it look good to everybody else? What do you think, Rob?
Looks good on my end.
Okay, there we go. Got our radio. Hopefully it looks... It's not hanging off the back or anything. Nope, it's actually where it needs to be. Okay, I am required to take a break. So I will take a break. Alright, and we'll just go ahead and do a quick save. Pause the game so we don't lose our daylight. You betcha, Julie. We're gonna... Thanks for reminding me, though, because you're right. Half the time how many times have I built for an hour and then not saved, and poof, off it goes. Alright, back in a few minutes. Rob will entertain you with an Irish ditty.
I don't have any Irish ditties.
Okay, make it a pagan ditty. Same thing, you know. Anyway, back in a few.
Jules, I think we all have at this point. The forgetting to save frequently is a flaw we all have to deal with. Still cold down your way, Jules? I might be able to come up with a limerick, but I don't think that that's allowed on YouTube these days. I was asking if the weather was still cold your way. Oh, that's good. Well, yeah, I know it's still winter. I knew it wasn't going to be tropical or anything, but I'm glad that it's not as bad as it had gotten. That was a cold snap you weren't very happy with. See, I actually like the cool weather. I hate having to shovel the snow, especially since my back injury. So, yeah, I had frost out in the lawns this morning while I was walking the dogs. So, luckily, the rain stopped long before the really cold weather came in. So I didn't have snow to deal with. My dogs were confused. They're walking in the grass, and the grass is crunching under feet, and they're looking at it. And of course, the ground itself is a little bit warmer, so it's still soft from the rain the other day. Well, maybe I should write to Google and tell them to cancel that. I could see where you would feel that way, Ranger, or that you shouldn't feel like there's frozen water in your neck of the woods. But I'm in southeast Texas. We shouldn't see snow or ice either, and yet here we are. One of my friends here, because I've only lived here for going on 5 years. This spring will be 5 years. One of my friends told me that because we got a major storm late in the year, we should expect cold weather this winter. And so far, he hasn't been wrong. It's been cold. He's also told me that we're going to get snow. I don't want to see snow. Ranger, don't worry about it. To me, January is still part of the previous year because, just look at my checkbook. Anytime I write a check this time of year, it's still the last year. Yeah, but Jules, minus 15 for you is still like a positive number for us here in the States. Yeah, I mean, that's 5 whole degrees, Jules.
Alrighty, folks.
Because apparently we here in the States prefer to use the guy with the F name instead of the guy with the C name.
Huh?
No, we're talking about temperature.
Oh. Yes, we use Fahrenheit rather than centigrade. So, 20 degrees centigrade is about 71 degrees Fahrenheit. 32 degrees, or let's see, wait a minute. Yeah, so
32 Fahrenheit
is 0 C.
C, yeah.
Yeah, so, but it's not linear. It's, so there's some kind of weird multiplier that, so if you can remember those two numbers, so if it's 20C is 71.
In one direction, you multiply by 9/5 and subtract 32. In the other direction, you divide by, or you multiply by 5/9 and add 32. But don't ask me to figure out which one is which, because that's more complex math than I ever want to do again.
Yes, exactly. So, so if it's below 20C, it's nice weather, basically. Because even, see, here in the States, when when it's freezing, if the sun is out, it's not bad. If it's a sunny day and it's 32 degrees, most people consider that pretty good weather. So, when I lived out in the country, you're lucky if it was if it got above 0. I'm not kidding. There was a lot of days when I lived out in the country, 15 below 0 was the norm. And and then you add the chill factor, and it'd be, with the chill, it'd be between 50 and 60 below 0. God, it was. So, and I lived out there long enough for 2 frickin' blizzards, and one of them, we couldn't get out of the house. We actually had to go up into the attic and go through the little window in the attic to get out on the snow. And it took me 3 days to shovel down to the door and get the door open, and it was a fucking pain in the ass. I'll just put it bluntly. But that was the winter where we lost our power and all our pipes froze, and we lived in the living room. We had a fireplace, and so we just basically lived in the fire in that room and let the rest of the house freeze. And come springtime, it was a nightmare. So, I mean, the well froze, everything froze. So, yeah, so we were...
It's a lot to recover from that.
Yeah, so the guy who owned the property, that's when I tried to buy the property from him, and he wouldn't sell it to me, and I think he wound up selling it later. Didn't make what he thought he was going to make on it, but I really wanted to buy the farm. It was 110 acres. I only wanted the front 8 acres, and he didn't want to split it. And so I talked to the guy that was renting the property, and he was willing to buy the 102 acres, and I would have got the front 8 or so, is what it worked out to be. And the guy still wouldn't sell. And so I wound up having to move. And otherwise, I'd still be living in Maroon. I loved that place. I mean, loved my neighbors, who never bothered me, really. And Jim Book, him and his boys finally made it down with a front end loader that winter, and managed. It took them just about a week to get from their place to the highway, and then another 2 days to get to my house. So, and
hey, at least they made it.
They made it, yeah. And what was really interesting is the main highway, which is the main Northwest Highway, didn't get dug out for another week and a half. So, everybody was using snowmobiles, and the rescue squad would come by with two 55-gallon drums of heating oil every few days. And
Yep.
that would last, a 55-gallon drum of heating oil, if we kept it just above freezing, would last 3 days. So, needless to say, so for basically the rest of the winter, we had no heat or water, running water. And we didn't have any power. God, I think it was 15, 20 days, something like that.
Yeah,
So-
people don't think about that. Those winter storms in the country are brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't get above. It hit. It was one of the worst winters in Illinois history, and we were right smack dab in the middle of it. And I think it lasted 22 days. It was with chill factors 70 below zero, and blowing snow, whiteout conditions for days at a time. Just unbelievably miserable.
Ranger, I know you were kind of joking, but that's exactly right. My take has always been, if you're cold, I'm not turning the heat up in the house. Put on a sweater.
Yep.
If you're hot, there's no amount of
Nakedness.
reasonable. There's no amount of reasonable demand for me to have you take off your clothes. So I will put the AC on to keep it at a living temperature. But I won't go to. Everybody wants it 70 degrees all year.
Now I'm fine at 80.
Yeah. Me, I'll put the AC on 80 during the summer, and I'll put the heat on 65 all winter. I'm not completely heartless, but come on, you can even wrap a blanket around you if your sweater's not thick enough.
Yeah, I set my winter temperature. I used to have it at 68, and it just, as I'm getting older, I just get chilled, and then it's really hard to get warm. So,
Hey, Di, Russ is trying to crack the whip. Should I get a courser sent out there and renew the boss worker environment?
yes, I think so. Last talk, I don't know if I can do that. Let's see, I don't want to use the new stuff here. Where's the old stuff? There we go. We want the ratty looking crap. So let's see. We want a booth right about here, and let's put it right here. We'll put two of them in. And one here. There we go. A couple of booths. I don't know why they seem to like the booths better than chairs and tables for some reason. So I don't think I want two Slocum's Joe though. What's the other one? A Nuka-Cola? What's this one? Nope. It's a better. It's a clean one. Is that what it is? Yeah. I was looking for the old Nuka-Cola one. I don't see it in here. I think it would be here. Nope. I don't see it.
Yeah, unfortunately, here in Texas, the winter is not long enough, in my opinion. Because our summers are really long. I mean, really long. And then we have like 2 weeks of fall right before winter kicks in. Then we have winter for maybe a month and a half. And that's a long winter for us. And then we have a couple of weeks of spring, and then we're right back to summer temperatures again.
Huh.
So, most people will get the advantage of having a nice temperate spring and fall. Well, we don't get that here.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't think these things sit up here very properly. Nope. Okay, so I guess we're back to these lights. One for the bar, and maybe we can use that cage one here. Maybe it'll fit on dual posts. Nope. Doesn't want to go up there either. Shit. Okay. Well, crap. Alright, we'll put one of these up. Let's see. Well, there we go. Put one there. We'll put one over here someplace. I don't want it overly lit, but I want it to be... Let's see. And then we need something for the cook area. Let's see, what could we use for the cook area that would make sense? Not much. Okay, let's just put one of these up.
Well, Jules, maybe he went to bed early for a change. You know, King's burning the candle at both ends some nights.
He does. He was up late the other night with us, so chatting away. You know what? I just realized I got no power down. Where do I have power? Besides, I don't have any power here yet, do I? I think we need to put a fusion generator in or something and start running wires. I don't
remember you building a generator here.
Well, I got one little one here, and then I got
You got the one for the beacon, yeah.
Yeah, and the one for the boat. So...
Did I miss you putting a beacon in the boat? Or a generator
Yes,
in the boat?
you did. Did you not see me? Okay, I guess I have to show you.
It must have been while I was cooking my lunch.
I think so, because I managed to get it stuffed under where I wanted, more or less. It's right there, underneath. So, I mean, it works. Just... So...
Hey, it does its thing.
It does, so... Right? Yeah, I just got to put in some power poles, and I'm probably going to have to put 2 power poles down here. So I'll put 2 of these in. Somebody asked the question, that was when I lived in Illinois, a little place called Marengo. It's halfway between Chicago and Rockford, if you want to look it up on the map. It was off of Route 20, and I forgot the route. I think the other intersecting road was Route 23. Route 23 was the road that was closed. I lived 8 miles outside of town, and I'm going to have to get up on the roof to put the other one up. Okay. I might as well just leave the damn ladder. Leave the damn ladder out, because I keep putting it away, and it doesn't... It's in the right place. So...
Yeah, Ranger, I used to live that way. More caffeine down the throat.
Yep. Gotta have more. More. There we go. Okay. And we need another pole like that one over on this side. Not to be confused with a check. And put one over here someplace like that. Connect that one to that one. Let's see, we want shore power, so how big of a generator can I build here? Oh, I can build a fusion generator. How about that? Barely have I'm running low on crystal. Do we want to stick a fusion generator or just have a bunch of little generators? Or we could do wind turbines. Produce a whopping 3 power.
Yeah, I think they really gypped people on this.
Yeah, it's something
that... that big-ass ugly thing, it should be more than...
Yeah, it should be producing about 20 power, in my opinion. But if we stick a generator, like, right up here someplace on the side of the cliff, we're going to have to go get it. No, that's not going to work there. Maybe, can I get around the... No, that's going to be outside then. We don't want it outside... maybe over here.
You could put it on the. You could put it on the rocks between the fence you built in the lighthouse.
Well, I actually want to put a building here.
Oh, okay.
So we got to add some more bedrooms, and we haven't got any new settlers yet either. So, so I'm thinking maybe here. I wasn't planning to actually build anything here. Maybe another store. I don't know.
That's not a bad place for it either, but point it out towards...
Yeah, I would put it out that way. So... we can put one there, and if I build a small store over here, I could put another one, like, right in here somewhere, maybe. So... you like the wind ones? Okay, we'll put the wind ones in. South Dakota, yeah, it was pretty bad. Most of the winters weren't that bad. Like I said, it was a pretty, outrageous. Well, I need this one here, so let's put this one here. And let's see how...
Jet, we moved in my high school years to upstate New York, and the weather was very much like that. Every winter, you'd get 3-4 feet of snow. And if you had a bad storm, you might get 6 feet of snow in one dumping.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Luckily, I never had to go out through the attic. That.
Yeah. Well, that was due to the drifts. I mean, it was just the house. There was a hill behind the house, so if you came out of the house, there was the road to the back of the property went up the hill. Well, basically, the roof of the house was even with the top of that hill, and it just drifted clear right over that. Because up above was open fields. It was at one time a cornfield, and the farmer had piled silage up there. And so anyway, there was a tree line, but it snapped off most of the trees. I mean, the tree line pretty much got wiped out after that. You couldn't see the trees, literally. I mean, most of them got knocked down or buried or whatever. And so, yeah, it was a very unpleasant winter. And we had another one. We used to live in town when this was before I was married. And anyway, the first bad winters when I lived there, and I actually worked for the road district, and I worked for a grade school for a while, and then I got on the CETA program, which at least got me working. That was back during the when the Chrysler went under, and the big employer was Chrysler, and nobody was working, and so. Yeah, not good. Anyway.
That was the first time Chrysler crashed,
yep,
right?
That's when they got the big bailout. Yeah, back in 78 or whatever it was, 70. Anyway, that winter, yeah, somewhere back there, 70-something. I don't remember exactly what. But anyway, so, yeah, and we were living in town, and I was working for the road district, and took me 3 days to get home. I actually had to plow the road to get home. And when I got to town, the city didn't have any trucks big enough to plow the stuff. I had the biggest truck around, basically, with a plow on it. So I wound up having to plow. So you could get around town and you could get to the grade school, but that's as far as you could go in any direction for 9 days. So yeah, it was pretty brutal. So, okay, that does look pretty good. I could see that, I guess. I gotta figure out a way to get power up to there, though, but... Yeah, the reason why I don't use the wind turbines most of the time is because they produce so little. I could also put it down there on top of the building. Might be kind of cool. What do you guys think? Let's leave it where it's at, I guess, right?
I think on the cliff makes more sense.
Yeah,
it just feels right.
Well, the other problem too is then you have to figure out how are you going to. If I put it on the building, it would yank itself out. I mean, you got to figure out how would you put it there and make it look like it would work. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So this is the problem I have with people trying to build on top of the buildings in Sanctuary. The buildings would collapse with all the crap they put up there. That's not how roofs are structured, basically, is what I'm saying. So, but you try to explain that to people, and they go, well, I'm not an engineer, and it looks cool. Well, yeah, it looks cool, but just not how things work. So...
if you... It's all a matter of what you personally find acceptable.
Yep.
Is it
You're right.
game mechanics and therefore it's okay? Or is it close to realism and that's what I'm looking for? Obviously for you and certainly for me, I like to have some level of realism.
Exactly.
So that when I look at it,
it makes sense in your mind.
Feel wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. And while I'm building, I'm thinking, okay, what did these guys do? How did these guys get this? All right, they went and they found this barn that they tore down, and they brought the pieces here, and they rebuilt what they could out of the barn, and that's how this got here.
Hey, Multitus, yeah, I am a snob. He's called it, you know. I mean, I can't lie about that. Yeah, I am a Fallout 4 snob. But when you have as many hours in this game as I do, you'd understand why. Actually, that lighting, I think I need a light here. Since it's overcast, we might as well figure out, and maybe one here to light up the stairwell. I think would be good. I can't get this other lighting to okay, well, now what the hell's wrong? Lights, there we go. So we put one, oh, wait a minute, can I would really wanted to use these cage lantern lights, but they really don't, they are very uncooperative.
They don't play well with posts.
They don't play well with anything. Well, you can get them to work on some walls once in a while, but even there, they're just very finicky about, that probably needs to be a bit lower.
You just made that word up.
Persnickety? That was my mom's word. So, it's a British thing, as far as I know. Persnickety. Yes, that was my mom's word. I think it actually is supposed to be pronounced a little bit differently, but yeah, that's how she used it. Okay, so we don't want the bar overly lit up. Let's see. Lights up the cook area, more or less. Not overly lit where you're eating. Perfect lighting for the bar. I thought that bar was supposed to light up. Maybe not.
When it's assigned.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when somebody's assigned to it, there's a little light below the counter over the word bar.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Yes, and my bar's not straight, but that's okay. That's where it fits. So that's where it goes. So, okay. Lighting looks good here, I'd say, for now, until we see how it works out. If there's something more to the bar that you would like me to add, please say so.
Winches?
Winches? Yeah, well, they're coming. They're coming. I kind of want to add some kind of lighting down along the dock here. I thought would be kind of nice. Let's see. I do have, I think, in this version, I believe I have the little Christmas lights thingies somewhere. Maybe not. I got those lights. There they are. They're probably going to be too big. Shit. Now, what did I fall into? Son of a bitch. Let's see. Can we get these to go up here? No, of course not. Okay, let's do it this way then. Let's see. Do it. So I need it to be what? Right about there. Okay. Too high. About that much.
Missed it by that.
That much, yep. Still missed it. Damn it. What's, okay. Oop, went the wrong way. Try that one. I'm having a problem here because it's hopping up on something else at the same time. No, I'm not anywhere near close. Shit, I fell off the dock again. Crap. Well, this might be harder than I thought. Maybe if we go down one? I don't know.
Why not just hang them on the building wall? just above the
Okay.
dock.
Well, here, let's get the long one then and see if that works. Because I wanted one right by the edge of the dock, but... Okay. Let's see, really, we want these connected so that they look like they're a string of lights. Oh, pretty close. There we go. Okay, we'll power those up. Now I don't know if it's just a storm coming in. Man, this beach is loud. Or is it actually that late at night?
It's starting to get late.
I think so. Back up we go. Oh, we got a new person? Excellent. Alright, let's go sleep.
Captain's hat?
Yeah. So, oh, there goes YouTube. Yeah, it was. How's YouTube on your side there, Russ?
Well, on my side, YouTube has been buffering on and off all day.
Alright. So, we still have that? Okay.
That's why my buddy finally got back to me and told me that his sources are telling him that YouTube is messing with bandwidth.
Yeah, why does this not surprise me?
But my personal take on it is they don't need to mess with bandwidth. They just need to go ahead and ban the people they're going to ban, and if it happens to be me, it's me, you know?
Yeah, that's kind of my feelings about it. You know, if you're going to ban me, get it over with, and you know,
and you know, and I completely understand. You know, they want to have their platform represent what they believe. That's fine. If I'm not it, okay, tell me to go. But if you're going to tell me I'm okay to be here, leave me the hell alone.
Yeah, this is what's been driving Tim Pool absolutely freaking bonkers. He's basically has to get permission now to even stream. You know, so.
Well, he doesn't have sufficient bandwidth at his place either. He's still waiting on them to actually install the promised cable connection.
I thought they
internet connection.
I thought they did that, but he had some bad weather and.
The other night he was talking about it when he had Jack Murphy? No.
Don't know. You know what? That wire is not going to snap. Well, we'll give it a go.
The guy with the big bushy gray beard.
Yeah, okay, I know who you're talking about.
He was on, and they were talking about it. And Jack Murphy, yeah.
Yeah, Jack Murphy. Yeah.
He was on. They were talking about it, and he said last time I was here, you said you had a deal with the local provider, and they said, yeah, they just haven't gotten out to us yet.
Okay.
That was just this past week.
That's not going to work.
I think part of the problem is, even if that provider is really wanting to give them high-speed service, they have to do it with COVID restrictions for their location.
Right. Well, there is that. Okay. So, let's see here. So we got some, see, that's not going to really light up the dock, though, I don't think. But that's okay. Damn, I keep falling off the docks and everything else. We're going to take this string of lights.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have had so many drinks. If
I
keep falling over.
Yeah, I keep falling over at my bar. So, let's see. Let's put them up here somewhere, maybe. Let's see. They don't want to go. Of course not. They don't want to go anywhere. They're designed to hang on the wall, and boy, trying to... Yeah, there she is. Oh, good. We got a bartender. She's going to be our bartender.
Russ, did you mean my my bit sheet that I posted to you?
So we now have
Was
a
it BitChute or I don't remember if I did BitChute.
yeah,
or Rumble.
BitChute. Yeah, I gotta join BitChute. It's just file archival, is it not?
BitChute they'll actually play the videos, but the upload is a lot slower than other sites.
Yeah.
And for example, my account has one currently fully articulated video, or technically it's monetized, so if an advertiser puts an ad on it, I can earn something.
Oh, okay.
But that one has been there for months.
Okay.
Since I started the account. The ones that I added this week, I haven't seen get approved yet, and I checked just before you went live.
Okay.
They're available, but they're not approved yet, so they can't be monetized or anything like that until they're approved. It's not supposed to be a manual process, but it may in fact be being done manually right now.
Okay.
Rumble is a lot quicker for the publishing. So I'm just chilling out and using as many resources as I've got. I've got both BitChute and Rumble have my Coastal Cottage build on them.
Yeah, I'm going to start moving some stuff off of my YouTube. Well, leave it on YouTube also, but I mean, I'm going to move it over to Rumble, especially the mod reviews for Russ's stuff that I've been doing. They're relatively short, 15-20 minutes, I think, and so I'm going to move them over to. I already have a Rumble account, and so. Does that look okay? Close enough for government work. We'll take it. Okay.
Ironically, because of my really, I don't like using my own disk space. YouTube is essentially becoming my location for the video to exist, and then I download it, upload it to Rumble or upload it to BitChute, and then I delete it off my system.
I prefer to keep my own files. I've also been thinking about creating a web. I actually have I haven't created the web pages, but I have the domain names, and which I've been paying for 10 years. I haven't used. Well, I did use it for a while, but GoDaddy changed their crap and deleted all my stuff. So, okay.
Sounds like them.
Yep. So, now, let's see here. Those are prefab, so we don't want to take that out. Okay, so we got lights there. I don't know what we're going to do down there. I just wanted to stick some lights up, that's all. Okay, so down here, I think we're kind of set for right now. I could hang some other lights, I guess. Don't know exactly what
Russ, the advantage of doing the build videos live is I don't have to record them and then choose all my the speed, which save format, and then try and upload it to YouTube. If I do it live, YouTube tries to go at 720p for me.
Yeah, exactly.
And every video comes out exactly the same, and then I can upload it to other sites. And I have a program to download any YouTube video, not just my own. But I only use it for my own, I assure you.
Yeah, of course.
And that way, because if I just use the file manager to download the YouTube video, it takes forever.
Oh god, yeah.
So I just go and grab my URL and download the video, and it retains the video title and everything that I typed in for YouTube. And then I can upload to any number of sites. And strangely enough, they go up a lot faster than they come down, which I still haven't figured out.
A link, would you have you guys put a link on Discord? A link for what? What do you need? Chat.
I think he means for the Rumble page. I didn't put a Rumble link up, but I will. I'll put it on Dai's general page.
Yeah, that's fine. I haven't uploaded anything yet. You can find me on Rumble at not Rumble. Yeah, wait a minute, Rumble. Well, I was on Parler, but that's gone. Pretty sure I have a my Rumble account has been approved, but I haven't got anything up there yet. So it was something I was working on and kind of put it on the back burner. Because I don't think Rumble's going to be around for very much longer either. So I'm glad you like the bar, by the way. I'm kind of stuck here. I want to see your coastal cottage build, Jules. I'm trying to think of what else we could do here. I need to get the building because I now have more people than I have beds, so I got to get the building going. So I am going to build.
They can sleep in shifts.
Yeah, they can. We're going to do a little build off the back of here, I think, and off the rock pile here. That's why I really didn't want to put the turbine there, but it worked out pretty good there. So we'll just build a extended shack dealie here, maybe. See how it fits. I don't know. Whip up a prefab and some floors, and I need that floor that's got the hoochies under them.
Yeah, Jules, you need to start putting your videos up so we can appreciate them.
Yeah, really. I feel like I'm being denied.
You play on PlayStation, Jules?
That's weird. Okay. Okay, let's see. How are we gonna... Okay.
I'm not familiar with the name of the program on Xbox, but you have a category for sharing your playtime. It'll either record what you've done, or you can go live. And it's both Xbox and PlayStation have a pretty user simple method of getting you to broadcast. And once you link to your YouTube, it's not like streaming software where you gotta check your keys every week and the extra steps that we take to keep ourselves running on the PC. But it's intimidating when you first start thinking about it. It's fun. It is.
I think so. I think, that's my opinion, but it doesn't really count for much. So, let's see, and I want the flat roof one on this side, I think, if it'll go. That one. So we got that. No, it didn't. Oh, why did it not go? There it goes.
Because the moment that you went to put it down, the
blade went through it, or hit it? The blade, it's not hitting it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, so I can get the,
It's the hit box.
Yep.
Because you know how that...
Yep.
It's wider.
Yep. Okay. So I'm going to leave this little spot open here so it looks like an entrance. So it looks like you're walking along that concrete edge there. I thought we're going to leave that like a little alleyway. Let's see here. I wanted to offset the next piece. So let's see if I can do this. I think... Let's see. How do I want to do this? Um, I need a barn floor.
Hey, Jet, I'll make sure I put up both my BitChute and my Rumble channels. I just Di and I were talking. Was it last month? About the fact that YouTube really can just delete your crap whenever.
Yep.
And
Yeah, it was last month. Yep.
And I wanted a backup location. And initially what I was planning on doing was using my external drive to hold it all. But my external drive has a finite capacity, and unfortunately, I'm getting very close to it. And I don't want to delete any of my movies because I transferred all my DVDs to digital files so that I could watch them without having to dig out a disc.
Right. Okay, so now I can put my straight wall there. Ugh! I'm trying to think of this in my head and it's not coming out well. It's dangerous when I do stuff in my head, you know, so we just... Okay, so we want this to be flat. We want that one there.
Yeah, Ranger, that's exactly what we were worried about our stuff.
Oh, that's not it. Where is it? There it is.
It's just one of those things. It's in the terms of service if you look at it, saying, oh, we can delete videos at any time at our discretion. And you don't think about it because you're thinking that they're talking about videos that might violate the terms of service. They're just, it's just they need the space for somebody else.
Yeah, so
they can delete your...
Yep, they can purge your videos anytime they want, basically. So, if you're...
And theoretically, they could actually do it to a brand new video. And,
right.
They tend not to. They tend to leave the newest videos alone. But that doesn't make it feel any better when you look in your dashboard and there's videos that you've got 500,000 views on and they're gone.
Yeah, see, do we want the curved roof going that way or the other way? I think we want to go in that way. A little cross ventilation going there, folks. So
not that I've ever had a video that got views. It was just an example.
Right. So here we're going to take that out now, and then we're going to put a bump out.
Exactly, Ranger. I wouldn't feel bad about it because, like I said, it's in the terms of service. If they'd notify me, hey, this video is being taken down, and it's not a terms of service problem. All right, Jet, you take care.
Yeah. Suffy, hello.
Oh yeah, I miss Suffy coming in. Hi.
Upload to other sites. EJ, when you post on Rumble, Rumble will post 2 videos, one to Rumble, one to YouTube.
Yeah, I can. When I'm doing my Rumble uploads, I can tell it to go ahead and do that. The problem I have with it is I do most of my stuff live. So YouTube is the source for the video.
Right.
And Rumble will not yet directly download from YouTube. It's a feature they've talked about, so maybe we'll get that soon. But as of right now, they don't.
Well, I had an idea here, but I don't think it's going to work out the way I want it to. Well, let's see here. I didn't come quite far enough forward, unfortunately, so we'll fiddle with that in a minute. Come on, there we go. Well, this might work. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, folks. Let's see. Now I need that barn floor back.
I can just imagine what being inside that building is like when it rains.
When it what?
When it rains. That metal roof?
Yeah. The fact that it's peppered with holes.
No. I'm talking about the fact that it's, the silvered metal ones are more intact than the corrugated ones.
Yes.
But there's nothing between the metal and the inside of the room. So
They were pound like rain.
It's got to sound like somebody dumping a truck full of gravel a little bit at a time.
Yeah, I would think so. Okay, so I want this half floor. Let's... Oberlin Station needs help again? Can't these people do anything on their own? God damn it. Now, walls, doorways...
No, apparently the Commonwealth would fail without you.
Yeah, apparently. So, okay, come on. Oh, it doesn't want to snap where I want it to snap. Okay, let's see if we can do it this way. Come
Where
on.
did you want it to snap?
Well, I do want it to snap on the front of this building, but it's being very... There it goes. And then I want this to snap over the front of that. Or I wanted if I... how do I explain this? Okay.
I understand what you were doing.
Okay.
You might put the floor there, put a quarter floor next to it, take the floor out, the wall in, and then snap to the...
That is one possibility. The other thing is if I can see if I can get this to work. And we have to go to Oberlin, which is the pisser. Okay, if I put that one there, and put that one there, and then snap that, no, to here. Come on, snap. Come on. Boy, you're just gonna not want to do what I want you to do.
No, it's not going to like it because the door sill, for some reason, unlike other walls, doesn't like snapping with a floor in front of it.
Exactly, but with using barn floors and stuff, you can actually make it do it. It'll actually snap right through the floor. Sometimes. We got to go to Oberlin, so. But it's something else. It's not snapping to the roof properly for some reason. Alright, and we got to go to Oberlin, and it's almost break time. So, I'm not sure. Because even with this gone, it was being very persnickety to how it wanted to snap. See, it should just snap right in there, and it's not. And I'm not...
Well, you had it snapped on there once.
Yes, I know, but it should not be that hard for it to... difficult for it to snap, is what I'm saying. It should snap easier than that. So, I'm wondering if... let's just try a different roof here. And see if... It literally basically just leaped right onto it, and there it goes. See? No problem. Right there. Okay, we'll try this again now. Where's my half floor? There's my half floor.
Yeah, it could be the type of roof that you were doing.
Yep, could be. It still may not go, but... Oh, it snapped backwards. It's snapping backwards to it.
Good gravy.
Yep. See? It'll actually... I actually built a hotel like this. A 6-bedroom hotel. Gary, Loco 4-Pack and I actually figured this out one day. It was just a fluke. Come on. Oh. I thought I had it there for a second. But it's being very persnickety of why it's why Why is it snapping backwards, though? It shouldn't, but it is. Point of least resistance, maybe? Okay, that's...
Yeah, it's snapping to the half floor instead of to the roof piece.
Yeah. Let's take the roof off completely. And see if I can get it to snap through. I can always put in... Yeah, it's not like in the barn floor or the warehouse floor. For some reason. Let's see if I can get this thing to go this way. But the reason being is you got to actually have to... Yeah, see, it doesn't want to snap to the floor. There it goes.
Oh.
It just doesn't like it for some reason. So I got another plan here. It wants to snap to a wall. We're going to give it a wall to snap to. To force it to snap the right way around. Oh, of course that's in the way. Son of a bitch. Can I go this way, maybe? Oh, no, that doesn't want to snap. Ah, son of a bitch. Seriously? Build order, build order.
Yeah.
That wall should be snapped. I'm wondering if it's the metal wall, the metal shack wall that I picked. It's causing an issue too. This wall. See if I put that one there first. There it goes. Okay. All this to get a door on the front here, guys. See if we can get it to go. It still wants to go backwards. You son of a bitch. Okay, let's put the roof back on. You know what? We're going to get rid of the... Let's store that. We're going to put a barn floor in just to see if it prefers the barn floor over the warehouse floor. And then I need a roof. A woof, a woof. Yeah, I know. I get so frustrated. You know, you're trying to get something to work, and then, of course, it's break time. You know, so it's like, and I know I need to take. I'm glad you guys get on me because, quite literally. Of course, it's break time. You know, so it's like. Oh, there I was. Okay, so now it doesn't want to. Fuck, backwards again. Why? Oop, wrong thing. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, shit. Okay. I'll go take my break and come back to this. This is going to be more than another 5 minutes, you know, I think. I'll get it. Trust me, I'll get it. But it's just going to be a little fiddly. So, let's do a quick save. Good Lord. I've never had it be so fiddly. What the hell? I wonder if it had... No, it doesn't have anything to do with that. Never mind. Alright. Yes, exactly. Build order is... Yes, we will have cannons. We will have many things. As soon as I get things working. Anyway, what am I doing? Taking a break.
Yeah, 88 would be nice. Heck, pack 38 would be nice.
Alright, break time. Break screen. Don't forget, you can, if you wish, to support this channel at Patreon. And this, I'm sorry, not Patreon. PayPal/Anowim7737. And this may not be much longer either because it's now dumping Trump supporters. So I may not be here much longer. So now I
No,
gotta look up alternatives. I'm this crap.
you're not a corporate supporter. They're not going to go after you yet. They've got a
Right.
lot of other people to dump first.
This is true. This is true. I'll be back.
Yeah, there was a little YouTube hiccup on my end. It might have been happening on her end too. She was a little choppy there on her audio. Then again, I've been fighting with the video all stream, trying to keep it going. Good old Texas weather. Clouds are rolling in just as the sun is getting low enough in the sky to come through the window in my room. No free heat for me today. I'll just have to grab one of these dogs and have them curl up on my lap. Yeah, I gotta clip your nails, dog. We'll be doing that later. Definitely not gonna do that in the stream because you're just too antsy about it. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, Di.
Yeah, ever since the last update for Discord, everybody I've been talking to has been having problems with Discord. And it just arbitrarily drops out. I don't know why. I've been having this problem on and off during my live streams. And I was we were in my Discord the other day with a number of people, and everybody was getting cut out. And you have to drop out and then go back in, and it works fine for a while. I don't know what it is, but yeah, it's been a real problem. Yeah, Discord is not on my, if there was another service, I would be using it, not Discord. Same reasons. They're banning people. Same with Twitch. It just, so what do you do? I don't have an answer. I wish I did, but I don't. So, anyway, I wanted to bring up a point about ACH for everybody. I don't know how it is in Europe, but in the States, when you agree to ACH, basically what you're saying is that whoever you agreed with for the ACH is basically is able to dip into your bank account whenever they feel like it, basically, and which is tantamount to bank fraud, and which I actually had to file a charge against where I live, because that's what they did. They double dipped into my bank account, and I could not cancel the ACH, so I had to go to my bank, and their lawyers called the lawyers of the place where I live, and the next thing I know, I finally got my ACH canceled. But it wasn't easy, and it wasn't a lot of fun, and it took me about 3 months to get it resolved, and so every ACH I used to have, I canceled. This is driving me nuts. Why does it want to flip backwards now all of a sudden? This is driving me bonkers, people. Okay, we won't do it this way. This is good. I could spend an hour trying to figure this out, and it's just not worth it. So we'll go back and do it the other way, and just a pain in the ass. But anyway, oops, there it is. That's what we want. Now this probably won't snap back in. Oh, I can't even jump that high. Stupid game. So there we go. There. Nope, facing the wrong way. Come on, get in there. Come on. Nope, it doesn't want to go that way. Come on, snap. Now why don't you want to snap? Because this shit's in the way. Probably. Ah, oh, come on. Ah. There's always something in this game. There it goes. Nope, it's in the wrong spot. I need that half floor. Did I leave that half floor out? I did not. Okay. Back to Barnes. Get a half floor. Stick that on here. I'm trying to be creative here, folks, and that's the problem. You know, being creative. So. There it goes. I mean, it's bizarre that one side will snap and one side won't. I don't even know if TeamSpeak is still around.
TeamSpeak is still around.
Is it really? Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah. Although I don't use it during Friday night fights. I am in clan in World of Tanks, and in order to stay in it, I had to sign up for TeamSpeak.
Aha. Okay. Well, there you go. Okay. So
I'm not a big fan of TeamSpeak, but that's my own
I don't.
personal disdain for the program.
I don't think it works.
It uses too much resource.
Yeah, that's the whole point of Discord, is that it doesn't, and which is why I like Discord. But they have made it to the point where, oh shit, that went in the wrong way. There we go. That's what we want, and then we want a flat roof up here. That flat roof and flat wall. Go. What a project. Oh, I forgot to put this on. Oh, it went anyway. Alright, there we go. So now, because what I wanted to do was jam some scaffolding underneath here. I have a scaffolding, but I don't even think that's going to work here now for the porch. We need a porch, you know. So, let's see here. And I'm not quite high enough, as it turns out. Because I wanted to use that rock, but that's not going to work. And if I lift this up, it's going to lift everything up. So, I know I had a cement. Uh-oh. Oh, we got another visitor here. Okay, so we needed one for the bar and one for the store. We're going to assign you to the store. Wherever the general store went. Here it is. Put him on the general store. Oops, there we go. Assign him to there. That's 5. So, that now we are out of beds. We have no water yet here. Okay, so, but we do have our supply line. Okay, get our cement pillar. And I'm gonna try to raise this whole thing up just a titch. Ha 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 ha. What are the odds? What are the odds? No, it's not gonna work. Shit. Okay. Didn't think it would. I guess we're stuck with it the way it is. Okay, so, let's see. Okay, let's go to warehouse. Get ourselves a wire floor. Let's give him a nice one. No, we want the one with the boards on it. Fuck it, we want that one. Go. That works. Sort of. Are you gonna go? Go. Yes, there we go. Alright, so we have an entrance there. We're gonna block those off. Here's our living quarters. We have a little porch. I have an incoming transmission. Zyron, how are you? Welcome to the stream. The problem is that all this stuff is run by left-wingists, the liberals, whatever you want to call them. I don't care what you call them. That's who's running everything. And basically, we're hosed, is what it boils down to. So...
Well, that's the problem. It's not tough to figure out that once they're done messing with the people who are outspoken against them,
right.
the next targets are the people who are just accepting it. Because let me tell you, if you're just sitting back and saying, "Hey, that's great. You're doing that's the people I really dislike because they say things I don't want to hear." Don't be surprised when they do it to you and there's no one to defend you.
Right. Let's see, we need to have a porch over this. Let's see, how do we want to do this? That's not going to work.
But, far be it from me to tell anybody else how to live, because that's not my thing. Whether I agree with you or disagree with you, I still want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
If for no other reason than to know what I'm up against.
Yep. Okay, and we have to go save... was it Oberlin? So I forgot we had to do that. So...
Oh shit, are they still under attack?
They're still under attack, yeah, I think it was Oberlin. So we better go save their sorry ass one more time. Last time we were here, it was a bunch of super mutants with all kinds of... Oh, and I never did put down... Yeah, I hear you, Ranger.
Sephi, that's exactly the right thing to do, though.
Yep.
Because you did it. It's not a big drop in their bucket.
Nope.
But guess what? There's probably thousands of people who thought just like you did and did the same thing.
That's why I'm not using Patreon, because they gave $50,000 to
the belligerent leftist Marxists?
To BLM.
Yeah, belligerent leftist Marxists.
Yeah, and I'm like, sorry guys. Oh, yeah, they got chain guns this time. Good fighter mercenary. Who's he fighting against?
That was nuts.
I'll say.
Well, he's green, so...
Yeah, so let's not shoot him.
Don't shoot him.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, he's got some good stuff. Let's go get this guy, wherever he went.
He's a pile of ash now.
Yeah. So we got this guy here. The gunner. And then I shot one guy, I thought it was right here, but I don't see him. So... Turrets are not doing their job, it seems like. So we built this wall last time we were here. Yep, there they go. What are they shooting at? I don't know. Let's get some rest here real quick and
Zarin, I didn't hear that, but it doesn't surprise me to hear it. I'm very cautious about what I believe. There's way too many things floating around that have the potential of being just more fuel and not actually fire. You know what I'm saying?
right. Here's the thing. What they did, I understand exactly why they did what they did at the Capitol.
Right or wrong, they were wrong. But I understand why they felt they needed to do it.
Yeah.
But you have to understand, those people... All right, they're saying Donald Trump's speech caused them to do that. Donald Trump's speech was still going on when those people started. If they were aware of what the president was saying, which is very doubtful because cell service was absolutely horrid in the Capitol that day, according to multiple witnesses. The only way they could have been aware of what the president was saying is if they were at the White House grounds. Was it Lafayette Square is where I believe it was set up.
Right.
But if they were at Lafayette Square, they couldn't have broken into the Capitol because that assault happened basically in the last few minutes of the president's speech. With the number of people, there were no cars because everybody was there. And with the number of people there, it took more than an hour to walk from the White House to the Capitol building. I mean, heck, it's a 20-minute walk when there's nobody there.
Right. There's some real questions, and we're not getting the information is what's pissing me off.
No, they decided what the narrative is
Right.
before they told anybody what the information is. So now that information's coming out that shows that the narrative might be incorrect, now they're going out of their way to not let anybody see what actually happened. And I'm sorry, I am one of those people who believes that if you're right, you don't try and hide the truth.
Yep.
You,
No, I agree.
it's a simple axiom. If I am telling you the truth, I don't need to hide what I know. Because I'm telling you the truth.
All right.
If you're telling me that the president's speech caused the assault, great. How long did the president's speech take to give? When did he start? When did he finish? When did the assault at the Capitol start? Did you notice that none of the news broadcasts have included any of that information?
Right. So the whole thing stinks, is what I'm saying. And like I said, I understand why they did what they did. I don't condone it in that regards. That's not true. I appreciate the idea. The way it was implemented was wrong.
Well, I don't even
Okay,
appreciate
Joe.
the idea. The idea that the president was pushing was get in there and support the congressmen and senators who are demanding a investigation. That's what President Trump kept saying. This
Yes.
is what I want.
Yep.
And what happened was a handful
A
of
FOOBAR.
Capitol Police were just assaulted and the doors were forced. But now some of the Trump supporters who showed up after the initial assault
Yeah.
were waved in by Capitol Police.
Yep.
And I don't
That's-
believe that
yeah.
they did that as a setup. I believe they did that because they no longer had communication with higher-ups, and the Capitol was already filled with people.
Right.
They didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So
Considering
they did the best they
well,
could.
here's the thing: they were told to stand down from over the protesters
Well, yeah.
by the mayor of the city. The police, the Capitol Police, were ordered to stand
Capitol
down.
Police do not answer to the mayor of D.C. Capitol Police is a separate entity. It exists solely for the Capitol building. It's 2,400 officers that their sole provenance is the Capitol building and the Senate office building across the street.
Boy, that's not going to cooperate at all.
The Metro PD, which is the DC police, and the Capitol Police were both apparently told by the FBI when they said that they were going to use the inauguration level security setup. That's unnecessary. Now, newspapers are reporting that the FBI knew in advance that an assault on the Capitol was planned and imminent. Well, if the FBI told them to reduce security effectively, because that's what they effectively told them, and they knew there was a threat, Why did they tell them that?
Well, that's my question.
And
What I'm saying is somebody is lying out there. Okay.
I don't want to go too far out on a limb because I am working with information from a person I trust,
Right.
but I have not seen definitive proof of.
Right.
I cannot verify the information I'm basing my opinion on.
Okay. All right. I'll go with that.
And I do not want anybody to trust what I am saying as an absolute truth. It is what I've heard, and I have reason to trust the person who I heard it from.
Right.
That does not mean that you should just trust what I'm saying is the absolute truth. Okay. Mark Jackson!
Mr. Mark!
Yeah, apparently they were all over social media, but not on Facebook or Twitter, and that's the part that's confusing. And of course, the big thing here is it was posted by the group which is effectively called Q. I know there was supposedly a person named Q originally, but it effectively became a movement of its. That's separate from Trump supporters.
All right.
And the source that I'm relying on basically is calling the Q phenomena a huge PSYOP level deception. They even got the president to believe some of the things that they said.
Right.
He repeat tweeted some of them, but he stopped. That should have been the clue to anybody who is a Trump supporter that started listening to those statements. There's something wrong if the guy who you are supporting, and this is supposedly, the word according to what's really going to happen. When the president stopped agreeing with that source, why did you not stop listening to it?
Sounds like a fair question, doesn't it? Exactly.
Now, the person or group that identified themselves as Q, if it was a PSYOP level manipulation, they did target the right people. People who are strongly religious or of a military background who already felt disaffected.
Can you ask us? Yeah, by all means,
China
ask us.
Uncensored is on my weekly list.
What's it? What's the name of the show? Or
China Uncensored.
China Uncensored?
Yeah, it's basically everything going on in China.
Oh, okay.
Is reviewed in real time. So it's instead of using state-run media, they're going after the actual events.
Gotcha. Okay.
Good program, very good program. Not nearly as effective as he needs to be, but what can any one source do to the CCP? It's can almost guarantee they're not being broadcast in China.
All right. How is this guy armored up? Oh, he's wearing armor. Okay. Oh, he's my good fighter mercenary from the DC area. Woohoo! That's who that is.
But no, I honestly feel, and I actually had a talk a close friend of mine down from the whole Q thing, because he was, trying to sell that stuff hard. And I looked at him, I said, do you realize how insane this sounds? I mean, I want you to really think about the insanity that you're buying into here. I mean, if you listen to Q, you had to believe that basically that Trump had set up a shadow government of his own and was ready to take military control of the country. If you listen to Q over I'll say the last 6 months. Probably longer than that, but that's as much as you really need to go back and look. Hi, Bigfoot.
Bigfoot! Good to see you!
So-
I am doing well.
But the problem is you got people like Ashley, who got killed in the Capitol. Ashley Babbitt, I believe her name was.
Yeah.
14-year Air Force veteran, supporter of the president, caught up in the whole Q information thing. It's all part of the plan. Let the plan go. Let the plan go. And then as the EC certification date got closer, they started ramping up the rhetoric about we can. Here's the difference. You had the president saying that his team, with congressmen and senators, were going to effectively force a review of the vote.
Right.
That's the side that I was listening to.
Yep. Same here.
And even though I only gave them like a 1% chance, that's 1% more than they had if they didn't try. Q was telling people that they could force the Electoral College vote to be in Trump's favor. All they had to do was get in there and force it. As if getting into, let's say that this stupid plan had worked. They broke in, the Capitol Police hurt nobody. They managed to capture some members of Congress and put them in zip ties and chain them down, however they were doing it, and get them to say the words, Donald Trump won the election. Do you think any of that would be binding?
No, of course not.
No, but none of them thought that far through it. None of them thought about what the consequences of these actions were, because they were told something that was just enough to believe all along, until they got to the point where they were willing to believe incredibly stupid crap.
Well, I'll go along with you on that one. So
I do not begrudge them their anger and their frustration. But I didn't fight for 18 years to defend the Constitution of the United States, to go and kill a Capitol cop and try and kidnap members of Congress to get something done.
right.
It's absolutely freaking ridiculous. And then you've got the other side, who I have relatives who know I voted for Trump, and they're like, well, if you're on the side with the Nazis, you're probably not right. I'm like, oh, the side with the Nazis? You mean like the side that is censoring people so that they have no voice in society?
Yeah, that group.
The side that's preventing people from traveling? The side that is unpersoning people? The side that says it's okay to do violence on the other side? Which side is the Nazis? Because from what I'm hearing...
Yeah, I don't get it either.
Literally, I'm hearing it on CBS News every night. I'm talking about some fringe lefty on the street corner saying, let's punch anybody who hit the vote for Trump. This is the way to go. No, I'm talking about CBS News and CNN. The side with the Nazis, I get a kick out of it.
That was like Schwarzenegger's speech. You heard him?
I listened to Schwarzenegger's speech and I couldn't believe that it came out of his mouth.
Yep, same here. I was absolutely stunned shitless when I heard that. I going like,
first, he compared the not even forced entry of Congress of the Capitol building.
right.
Because realistically, once they were past the barricade on the steps, they just opened the door and walked in.
Yeah, they weren't stopped.
there wasn't enough cops on duty to deal with it. And I want to also note the cops on duty were denied backup twice before the mob got inside the building.
Were they? I didn't know that part.
That was in the news this morning.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen the news today, unfortunately. So that's the problem.
Yeah, well,
okay.
Well, I just addressing Schwarzenegger's issue with the storming of the Capitol. Okay, we have a officer who may have been killed by a protester, and some people are now saying that those injuries were not at the hands of a protester, that he was actually not hit by a protester, that it was somebody else. I am not going to entertain either side until somebody shows me an actual report. You know, right now I've got newspaper reports, but I don't know who to trust anymore.
Right.
And they intentionally made it that way.
Yes, they did.
But until I see like a coroner report or a after action report from the Capitol Police showing that yes, some protester came up and hit him, because at one point I was told he was hit in the head with a fire extinguisher. Well, that would definitely kill him.
Well, I heard he was beaten to death with a fire extinguisher, so I'm going like, well, that's news to me too.
Well, like I said, you know, he was hit in the head with a fire extinguisher was the first report I heard. Okay. Then I heard he was beaten to death with a U.S. flag. So now I'm saying, well, wait a minute. I can understand, you know, some discrepancy, you know, between, you know, how something happened, but that's a major discrepancy. There's no way that somebody thought it was a flag and somebody thought it was a fire extinguisher. They don't look alike.
No, not at all.
And then somebody else said that he actually was injured in a fall, and they're trying to blame the protesters for it. And that's where I said, okay, I have just enough information to know I don't know enough about it. So I'm not going to go on either side. Welcome back, Jules.
Welcome back.
Until I see something that tells me, hey, this guy died because of his own stupidity, his friends on the force, or the protesters, I don't want to say one way or the other how he died, because it's not fair, realistically.
Right.
It's not fair to the people who are accused, and it's not fair to his family to listen to people arguing semantics. Let's find out, and then we can talk about it. And if, you know, I made it very clear the day of the assault. Everybody who took criminal action on that day needs to be prosecuted and convicted. No exception.
Well, I feel the same way about all the riots that's been occurring for the last 6 months, you know, so...
Well, that's the other half of my point. I've said the same thing about the BLM Antifa riots.
Yep.
But certain members of Congress and a certain vice president supported the riots until they might disrupt something happening in D.C. They even supported the burning of the St. Luke's Episcopal Church.
That was somebody's Episcopal church, yeah.
The one across Lafayette Square from the White House.
Right.
You remember the night that they assaulted the grounds of the White House with Molotov cocktails, and the president actually had to go downstairs to the bunker?
Yeah. Yeah. Apparently that never happened, by the way. So.
Well, according to Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris, those were good things. Those were people showing their frustration at the administration.
Right.
But how dare they show frustration at Congress doing something that they find reprehensible?
Yep.
So, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, and we're on the losing end of that sword, is my point.
And I'd like to point out that let's say that 100% those people were only Trump supporters. They weren't manipulated by a third group. They were just doing what they thought the president wanted them to do. Even though the president's words were always law and order, stay peaceful, we're not the enemy.
Yeah, apparently that doesn't
Right?
matter. So,
Even though those were the things he said repeatedly. Let's say that he was actually using those secret dog whistles.
oh yes, the dog whistles.
Which, by the way, the only people who heard the dog whistles were the
Democrats.
Democrats. So, funny thing about dog whistles, dogs can hear them.
Yeah.
People can't.
So
But
that's all always cracked me up about their everything's a dog whistle, and I'm going, do you guys actually know what a dog whistle is by any chance? So
let's say that they were just Trump supporters and that everything was set up with the president's blessing.
okay,
We have one police officer who has been tragically killed, and I'm going to assume that the protesters killed him for the sake of this argument.
okay,
We have a protester who was tragically killed by an officer. We have two protesters who died of natural causes during the event. One, from what I've heard, accidentally tased himself in the nuts and had a heart attack. Now, if that's true, that if that's actually how his heart attack was triggered, regardless of anything else, the hilarity of events right up until his heart attack is not lost on me.
No, you're right. So,
and that's not being cold-hearted. I know it can.
it may seem
It's
that
not
way,
being
but
cold-hearted. I do have sympathy for both him and his loved ones. But come on, accidentally tasing yourself in a junk and having a heart attack as a result. Without the heart attack, that's it's Saturday night humor. All right.
Yeah.
So, but apparently that was one of the things that happened.
Hey, Hawk, how you doing?
Hey, Hawk. And another gentleman had a stroke during the. It's unclear if it was during the rally or if he was actually involved in the assault.
And we have ladies here too. Well, we got a whole host of people
late,
showing up here.
Late of the fallout.
Good to see you all.
So, the person who had a stroke.
And Lady Ha's here? Well, come on.
Lady Ha. Oh, Helena. All the best people are showing up. You can't really blame the natural causes deaths.
No, but somebody is, because they kept saying 5 people died, and I'm going, that's news to me.
Well,
5 people died in the riots, and I'm going,
hold on.
What
No,
5 people?
Four people died in the riots. The 5th one that they are attributing to the riots was a different Capitol police officer who killed himself with his service weapon after the fact. They're attributing his suicide to the number of deaths from the riots.
Well, of course they are.
Now, my guess, they haven't released a lot of information about him. My guess is that the people who've been reporting that Capitol Police were letting people in or possibly taking selfies with some of the rioters, he may be one of those officers.
Gotcha.
Obviously, he would be treated harshly by any justice system after that incident. That's a guess. Do not quote me. I am not the authority here.
You're not. We thought you were. Why are we listening to you?
I am just a guy who has an opinion.
Oh, okay. Are we allowed opinions? I can't remember anymore. I need to call up my Democratic Socialist and find out if I'm allowed to have an opinion now.
But now, again, even if we assume all of that happened directly because of anything said by the president, that is 5 people dead, less than 70 injured. All right, Arnie, let's compare it to Kristallnacht.
Yeah, let's do that.
7,000 Jewish businesses destroyed. 77 Jews killed in one night. 2,400 Jews arrested in the same night.
I was going to say that sounded like a Saturday night in Chicago.
No, it's not far from it.
Nope, it ain't. That's the
But
scary part.
he's comparing some relatively minor criminal activity to one of the most deadly nights in the 20th century.
All right.
Can you use more hyperbolic comparisons?
Apparently, somehow he thinks that's all copacetic. That's what I'm saying. I listened to that, and I actually listened to it twice, guys, because I couldn't believe what he was saying. And
Neither could I.
And I'm going like, I don't know what the Kristallnacht was. I vaguely remember there was an insight.
It literally means the night of broken glass, which was the night that the Nazis finally took Jews out of society. They were no longer allowed to have jobs. They were no longer allowed to own property.
Right.
They were unpeopled.
Yes, sort of like what's happening in social media.
Right. So.
And they don't talk about the people dying because of what's happened to them because of the social media stuff. They don't talk about the suicides and the people getting killed and whatnot for some reason. So Schwartzy can have his Kristallnacht, and I see it happening in real time. So
yeah, but the thing is, it's not the same. What's going on here is, if anything, a reverse of that situation. The people who they're accusing of being the Nazis,
right,
are being
add a few more
suppressed and removed from society.
Right. It just fucking blows, and the fact that I guess what bothers me the most about all of this is the fact that you can't actually get the truth. You know?
That's the part that's most frustrating to me. At least 3 years ago, if I turned on CNN and something was said that I didn't necessarily believe, I could fact check it with 4 different stations. I could check with the BBC, or I could check with Fox News, or I could check with CBS. And where the stories overlapped, that's where the truth was. And where the stories went out on a limb separately from each other, that's where their own spin was. So you could still figure out the truth from even when they were reporting it insuccinctly.
Right.
Unsuccinctly.
Well, whatever succinctly, it wasn't succinct.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But now, I mean, let's start with the fact that they just, from the moment this thing started, everybody had the same story. CNN, CBS, ABC, NBC, they all were saying the same thing. How did they prepare the same script without knowing anything was going to happen?
Yeah, darn good question, eh?
And if the news agencies knew it was happening, and now we're reading that the FBI warned them, except for the FBI, except for the Capitol Police said the FBI told us we don't need heightened security. So who do we believe there? Do we believe the news media and the FBI who said after the fact, hey, we warned people?
Yeah.
Or do we believe the Capitol Police and the DC Metro Police and even the mayor of the District of Columbia who turned down National Guard?
Well, look, that's what I'm saying. There seems to be. Dan Bongino has covered this ad
Unfortunately,
nauseum.
Dan's one of the guys who gets very partisan, and I do agree with a lot of what he says, but sometimes in his partisan zeal, he does get into the exaggeration. And I'm trying very hard to stay away from anything that is exaggerated, positively or negatively. You know?
I think part of that exaggeration that you speak of is because to make a point. It's the same thing that Shapiro does. Okay,
Yes.
in my opinion, where it becomes hyperbolic, but it's to make the point, and which I don't really appreciate, but I understand it.
I'm sorry. Let me scroll up, Hawk, and look at your questions. What happened? Basically, they've been going on various news outlets telling us how people are being. No, yeah, on CNN, they're supporting the idea that you get rid of the president from social media. They're putting people on no-fly lists. People are losing jobs, etc., etc., etc. And we're talking about people who were just in DC, not people who actually participated. So it's getting super crazy. And then we're getting all the reports about the actual assault. And you can predictably say from one side, they're saying the assault was devastating. There's federal prosecutors are contemplating charging everybody involved with federal murder charges. I think that's excessive. I think the people who were involved in the criminal breaching of the building.
Well, does that mean the Capitol cop is going to be charged with murder for the murder because they'll do a ballistic check, they'll find out who owns the gun. So
he is under investigation because, now get this, the woman who was shot, yes, she jumped up in the window. He didn't say a word to her. All he did was aim a little more carefully before he shot. There were 4 cops standing directly behind her, one of whom was reaching up to grab at her backpack while she was standing on that window. He had no need to fire.
Okay. But he did anyway.
But he did anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
She was not right. Don't get me wrong. She was not right.
I didn't say she was.
But him not being right complicates things too, because you can have 2 people being wrong and nobody be right. It is break time.
It is.
Wow.
It's I can't seem to get anything done, and then next thing I know, it's break time. So, okay, I just needed a shelf in here or something.
All right, late to the Fallout. Enjoy your time with little Fallout.
Yep. You take care. See you next time.
The chatting so much today. It's just
Oh, it's quite all right. I don't think anybody objects. There's a lot of stuff going on, and and this just besides what else went on in your day today, just like mine, it's yesterday actually. It's just been a freaking nightmare, and it's not getting quote better. And then you listen to Trump. I'm sorry, our new president elect just ramble on like a freaking moron, and it's like, okay, so how does this pan out for us? Not well, is what I'm saying. So,
well, I posted a clip of him announcing that his inauguration theme was going to be unity, and my comment on it was, "You keep using that word. I don't think you know what it means."
apparently not, because they're so far away from quote unity that they might as well be on the other side of the cosmos, because it just.
You're right, Hawk. It does come down to that. And here's the thing I want to know, because I've heard two different versions of events inside the Capitol building. The first one I heard was the congressmen were in the chambers, they were doing their thing, and they heard the breach start. They heard the commotion, and the security detail first told them to hunker down behind their seats, which apparently are bulletproof. I didn't know that, but now I do. After they hunkered down behind their seats, they were then told to use gas masks that apparently are under the seats. Another little tidbit I didn't know ahead of time. So now you've got a bunch of octogenarian legislators hiding behind bulletproof seats wearing gas masks. And then the next step that I was told by one of the congressmen who was just talking about it on a news program, they were led out of the building through the tunnels that they used to move around D.C. without getting wet in the rain.
Yes, I know. I'm going to take my break. I just wanted to do a quick save, and I will take my break.
If that's the case, then the story around the woman being shot doesn't make sense, because according to that story,
I want to hear this now. Go ahead. Sorry.
The lawmakers were in that wing of the building. It was a relatively small area, and he was the only guard. And they had nowhere to go. There was no retreat left for them. I can't believe that both stories can't be true. So now I can't believe either story until more information is given, and they're not giving any information because they've decided what the narrative is, so we won't be told the truth anymore. We're going to be treated like mushrooms. Whoop, whoop, 19 likes. But for those of you who... No, he definitely did not imply the rules of engagement. First of all, Capitol Police normally use rubber bullets. The fact that he had live ammo loaded is completely different from normal procedure. But anyway, to touch on what I mentioned earlier, my morning, I was on the phone with the U.S. Army Military Records Office. I spent an hour and 16 minutes on a phone call with. because their system, I need my records for a court case, and they changed their regulations so that now my lawyer can no longer request my records. I have to get my records myself and give them to my lawyer. My personal copy of my records was destroyed in Hurricane Harvey, and when they changed the rules, my lawyer contacted me. So I tried to log into the system. The system had been shut down because of verification breaches. So they could no longer verify users, and because they couldn't verify users, they weren't letting anyone. They sent me via email a form that I was to print out, fill out, and send in. I did that 3 months in a row, August, September, and October. Sent the form in the first week in August. In the last week in August, I didn't see Barbarian King. Last week in August, I called to check the status. They had no record of me having sent the form. So I sent it again first week in September, checked the last week of September, no record. October, the same. During the holidays, I couldn't get a hold of anybody. I have my 214. I have like 7 copies of it. That's not the problem. I need my personnel record for my lawyer because we're suing over my retirement, or lack thereof at the moment. They need to verify my length in service and my deployment. My deployment order, which I still have, is not sufficient, because the fact that I had an order deploying me and an order redeploying me back to the States doesn't prove I was physically there. They can only use my actual personnel file. Don't ask me why. Army regulations. So after waiting on hold for 38 minutes, I got through to somebody, and then I spent another 30 minutes while he talked to me for a minute, put me on hold, came back, verified my identity using thorough questions that you would have to be well versed in who I am to know the answers, or to be able to find the answers. But he could not push a button and make my records come to me. No. He could not let me access the system by pushing a different button. No. Their solution after 30 minutes on the phone, where he kept dipping out to talk to a supervisor and then coming back, was to delete my account so I could create a new account, and then I should be able to log in and get my records. So after doing that, and by the way, he didn't tell me that ahead of time. Welcome back, Di.
Thank you.
He didn't tell me that's what they were going to do ahead of time. He told me after they did it. Because I would have told him, no, don't do that. Just reauthorize my login. Nope. So now I have to create a new account, and technically I could have done it today, but I was just too frustrated. I am not going to deal with that system today. My ending rank was corporal. In 91 I made sergeant, and then I had a break in service that busted me back down when I came back in. I was, due to time out of service, I lost down to E2 and had to build up again. So yeah, Bonehead the Wonder Clerk deleted my account so I can create a new one, and then told me I still have to go through the same authentication bullcrap, and their computerized system is tied to 19 different federal agencies.
Since you got...
And the whole idea is they can access records from any of those agencies and ask me identity questions based on information in those databases. Which I suppose you could call that a high security login system. Nobody but me is going to end up knowing that stuff. The only problem is the questions are so secure or so obscure, even I don't know all that stuff. I mean, literally, one of the questions during my login attempt that failed today was if I had ever been associated with one of the zip codes that they listed below. And they listed 4 zip codes and then had a none of the above thing. And I actually had to look up the zip codes to find out where they were, because I remember the names of the towns I lived in, but I don't remember the zip code in the next town over that I lived in 2 years ago. You know what I mean? So I saw that one of the zip codes was in fact a location in Pennsylvania that I lived when I was 20 with the Army. I was at the NCO Academy at Fort Indian Town Gap. So I selected that one. And, some other questions asked me if this was my address, if this was they asked for my last address, but the way they asked it, it actually meant my last address out of the ones listed, not out of all my addresses, because it was quite a while ago.
I'm out of wood.
And I look at and I said to the guy while I was on the phone with him, I said, "You know how stupid this is?" Exactly, Helena. I've lived in almost every state in the United States. I think there's 6 states I've never been to. So 44 states, multiple townships, not counting the states that I lived in that I didn't have military service in. All of this overall combined, and that's just one of the potential questions. Over the summer, when the system first came back up and still wasn't letting anybody in, but it did come back up briefly, one of the questions asked me for my neighbor's name when I was 15 years old, and it was a fill-in-the-blank question.
Hey there.
When I was 15, I lived on a street with 3 houses, and I was the middle house. Yeah, Wonder Clerk did not care at all. He did not care. And then on top of that, I had to explain to him that his system was compromising the security of customers, because some of the questions they ask while they're talking to us is personal identifiers that could be used to fake being me. Although identity theft of me, I think the person who stole my identity would feel sorry for me. While I was on hold waiting to talk to Zippy the Wonder Hamster,
Sorry.
every 30 seconds or so, you get that pre-recorded voice saying, "Thank you for holding. All of our representatives are helping other customers." And then they give you a little warning not to, if you're asked to leave a message, do not leave personal identifying information, which that's hilarious because your phone number is considered personal identifying information. So if you're leaving a message, and want to be called back, you have to leave a phone number. But anyway, I digress. Every time that voice cut in and gave that pre-recorded statement, I could hear clerks talking to other customers. And his first answer when I told him that that was happening was, "So?" And I said, "Okay, let me really explain that to you then." I could hear them talking to each other. It was slightly distorted, but if they were giving confidential information, I could have recorded it all. Oh, I should tell somebody about that. You know, I have never met somebody less enthusiastic about their job. Exactly, Helena. So now, tomorrow morning, I'm going to try and gain entry to the system again. I'm probably going to have to, verify who I am by giving my priest's mother's middle name.
Yeah, that's what it's becoming like over here. Yeah, it's becoming like Europe. I'm serious. Or Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get on the phone and we'll get back to you, and maybe.
But I'm going to have to answer some obtuse questions. If I manage to get them all right, by the way, you only have 3 minutes to do the question section of the authentication. So if you have to look anything up, it better be something simple. And you better not need more than a couple of seconds to read the question. Because if it takes more than 3 minutes, you failed to authenticate. This despite the fact that the person who helped me, now this is the part that's irritating in case you weren't aware. The person who helped me was looking at the very record that I wanted access to in order to ensure that he was talking to me and asking me questions to prove who I was based on that record. But he couldn't authorize, even though he could say based on my answers that I was me, he couldn't give me access to the record that he had in front of him.
Right. And of course, that all makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah. And the only recourse I've got, because if I mess up authentication tomorrow, I have to wait 31 days before I can try again. And when he told me that, I was like, you got to be kidding me. So if I can't handle the authentication process tomorrow, I'm just going to have to spam them with physical mail until I get it right. And they actually get the paper and send me my records physically.
Right.
And it was like, well, that's pretty much the case.
Pretty much the case. I'll give you a case.
Take care, Jules. You have a great night.
Are you leaving us again so soon?
She is. She's got to polish those boots so that they're nice and shiny tomorrow.
That's true. That is very true. And I'd have these globetrotters wearing shabby-looking boots. That's no doubt about it. Oh, that doesn't want to go up there.
I honestly believe that the reason that they're making the records process so difficult right now is because there are a lot of soldiers like myself who were entitled to medical retirement, but the Army put out without offering it to them.
Yep.
Because I even asked for medical retirement because between my two enlistments, my first
That works
stint
good.
and my second stint, I had just short of 18 years in by the time they were med boarding me. And I said, look, you don't have to med board me, or you can med board me or whatever, but I want to put in for medical retirement. And they refused me the option of putting in for medical retirement.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of shit I just don't understand. I mean,
And I think
truly,
they
I
did
just
that to
don't
so many
understand it.
people that they're getting sued left and right now.
Yeah.
And their first reaction to multiple lawsuits over, retirement was, let's make it harder for them to get their military records.
Right.
They can't sue us if they can't prove that they're entitled.
Yeah, exactly. That's the government. That's every agency, though, now. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's just everything's becoming like the DMV over here. It's just a nightmare.
It's getting worse. The bureaucracy is just
Staggering.
becoming stupider and stupider.
I'll say.
So needless to say, I have had a high-stress day other than Fallout building.
Great. Okay, well, we're done here for now until they send us back here, because they just added, double the turrets, the defenses, added power, strung a bunch of lights, so they should be good, hopefully good to go, at least for a little while. Get back to the damn spot we're supposed to be working on. It's looking better all the time here, though, I tell you. Alright.
They keep getting attacked. They're going to have one hell of a settlement.
They are. That's exactly what happened. That's how I always build. You get attacked, I'll go add some more shit. Get attacked? Okay, I'll go add some more shit. Alright. I've still only got 5 people here. Crap! Ah, what the hell, right?
It is what it is, right?
Yeah, so, to finish what I was saying about the ACH... here in the States, like I said, I don't know what they do over in Europe, but here in the States, if you, allow people to have access to your bank account through ACH, basically they can debit your account, and you have to prove that they didn't have the right, which constitutes bank fraud. So the place where I live, they were just arbitrarily making up charges, basically. Yeah, it's $25 because you parked your car on the street, or, I'm just weird shit. And none of this is posted anywhere, by the way. That's what makes it illegal. And they double dipped into my bank account, so I, of course, went after them for it. And so that's what they got charged with, was bank fraud. Or would have been charged with, because my bank was more than happy to take them to court.
Mm-hmm.
So they needless to say, they coughed up the money. And why are these not snapping on here like they should be? Well, that one did. So that's nice and floaty, too. Okay, we'll leave that one there. We'll figure something out. We'll put a floor underneath there. Why is this not snapping to here, though?
Yeah,
I don't know.
the thing I've noticed with banks, because I had an issue not last year, a couple of years ago. I was paying for a subscription via credit card.
Right.
And I used my bank debit card, credit card to pay for it. I notified them that I did not want their service anymore, and they continued billing me. So I contacted my bank, and I told them I had a service, I didn't want it anymore, I informed them that I wanted to end it, and they're still billing me. And I was told, or I told them that because I used my credit card, I want to cancel my card and get a new one issued. And they did that. And I thought, okay, that's the end of it. Next month, it hit my account again.
Yep.
There is a service through Visa, which I believe is also available through MasterCard, that if you cancel your card and get a new one issued, vendors who already have your card number can be notified of your new card number so that they can continue billing you as they were. Because, and this is the way it was worded to me when my bank explained it to me, it's more convenient for the customer to not have to notify vendors of new card numbers in the event that a card changes. And I said, yeah, that's all well and good, except for the customer who's changing his card because he doesn't want this vendor to bill him anymore.
Right.
And they said, well, that's the way it works now. So apparently there's no way, at least in America, to stop somebody from billing you once they have access to your account.
Right. So that's why you don't do that anymore, because this is what the point I was trying to make is that they rewrote the bank laws in such a way that basically you're going to get screwed no matter what. So, in other words, be very careful about who you allow access. In other words, like what I do is I go to my bank, okay, and make payments from my bank to somebody. That's how I do it. I don't use ACH. I don't usually use credit cards. I have certain accounts that I have attached to my credit card. About 2 of them, because it was the only, like, for my storage area. It's the only way I could rent the place. They would not take any other form other than a credit card. And now I know why, because of these changes in the banking laws. It hasn't come back to bite me yet, but that's not to say it won't. In other words,
that's the thing. You can have very honest vendors.
Yeah.
Or you can have shady vendors.
Right.
And the banks don't care if they're honest or shady. They just care that they get their fees.
Yep. Pretty much. So
it's damn frustrating.
It is. And, of course, they pass these laws. This is the government passing laws in our country. And this is the swamp that they're talking about, so that they don't vote on this stuff. It just gets passed. And that's what everybody's pissing and moaning about. They just attach it to, like, the Omni bill, and all of a sudden, you know, they got a whole new thing going, and you're screwed. So.
Yep.
Okay.
And it doesn't take long either.
No, it doesn't. That is the painful part. Ooh,
they'll sit there and they'll be.
Can you hear me?
All right. Anybody in chat? Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. The first few times you asked, I could hear you. I couldn't get you to hear me.
Nope. My Discord just did. My computer locked up for about a second. Discord is discombobulated, and now I'm trying to get back into the stream. And I don't.
Stream is still alive.
Okay.
But
see,
it is buffering heavily.
All right. See, I don't know if it's the net. I don't know what's causing the problem. My computer's not any warmer than it was yesterday. I mean, it's warm, but it's not hot. So I don't know what the hell the problem is.
But no, the banks lobby the congressman. The congressman gets a donation to their favorite charity, which is them,
right,
in the form of a campaign donation.
Yep.
So you give them $100,000 for their re-election campaign, and you know they're paying their own personal expenses out of that shit, and you know that they're getting away with it.
Yep.
And then they wait until something important is coming down the pipe that everybody recognizes, oh, we've got to get this one, and maybe, just maybe, they'll have a serious debate about it. But after the debate is over in committee, they'll add it to the bill. Say, okay, we need this change to...
Yeah.
We'll add it. And it's already been approved by the committee, so now the amendment just gets added onto the bill.
And since nobody reads the bills anymore...
Well, exactly. Now, you end up with bills that are 2, 3, 4,000 pages stuffed with garbage that nobody would vote for on its own.
Right.
And nobody has time to read it. They're given a 4,000-page bill at 8 o'clock on Thursday night, and the vote is at 11 a.m. the next day.
Yep. And so the American population gets hosed. And this is the shit that they do in the swamp here, as though it was religion. And
And to tell you how effective Donald Trump was getting at putting an end to that sort of thing, they had to do everything they could to get him out of office.
Oh, absolutely. And they did. You know, they rigged a federal election to make it happen, so.
And now, here's the part that's really frustrating me, because some good friends, even today, we're spreading rumors. Something big is happening. Stay tuned. And I'm like, dude, no, there's nothing big happening.
Nope.
The best chance Donald Trump had was a 10-day investigation into the...
shit, I'm on the wrong side.
Was a 10-day investigation into the election that he could have gotten if people didn't storm the Capitol.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered anyway, because...
It would not have, but it was his best chance.
Yes.
Let's face it. It was a chance as opposed to zero chance.
Oh, that's a good point.
Which, you know, I am the first one to admit that he underestimated what was going on.
Yeah. Boy, is that an understatement.
But
I think we all did. I don't
well,
think anybody really thought the Democrats could pull off a rig at the magnitude that they did.
Well, look at Bill Barr.
Look at who?
Bill Barr.
Bill Barr.
Everybody believed Bill Barr was on the president's side.
Yep. 20 likes. Awesome. That is awesome, Seffi.
It is.
It froze for you, too. See, Seffi said it froze. It froze for me.
Yeah, I told you it was buffering heavily on this end.
Yeah.
And like right now, my Roku is buffering, but I still have you up on my PC so I can do the chat.
I don't know what's going on. I really don't. I don't know, and I don't know how to fix it, guys. So I wish I did.
Well, no, it's not you. It's definitely not you.
But why does it seem like my computer locks up? Because I can't move my cursor while that's going on.
Well, here's a theory.
Okay.
May not be completely accurate. You may be getting a lockup in the software interacting with YouTube.
Well, that's possible.
And
yeah.
when it does that, it's calling on additional memory and CPU time, which is making your computer seem to freeze for a second. The computer's not really being frozen. The software on your end isn't the problem, but because your CPU and memory usage gets so high for a moment, you don't have any I/O.
Yeah, and it happens so quickly that there's nothing I can't even move. Like I said, I can't move the cursor, so I can't open up a window to check to see if there is something on my side. Boy, I don't like the way that looks. Let's see.
But yeah, I have a feeling, because I was just like everybody else. I said Bill Barr came in and he did a few things that seemed like they were pro-Trump actions, and said, Bill Barr's really doing what's right, and everything that I'm looking at indicated that he was quote unquote on the president's side, because from what I could tell, the president was being on the side of law and order, on the constitutionally correct side. I could be wrong. I could be wrong in my judgment of the president. That's irrelevant, because I believe Bill Barr was on his side.
Right.
in the last, well, from the last half of October through December. Bill Barr proved that he was more interested in the status quo in Washington than in whether or not the president was correct.
Yep. I'll go along with that.
And that's irrespective of whether the president was correct or not. Because easily Bill Barr could have said, well, there was some kind of voter fraud here, and we all can see it. An investigation is not unwarranted.
Right. But that's what he chose not to do.
But instead, he chose to make a statement saying that the fraud that was present wasn't widespread and wouldn't have affected the outcome.
Which
each
may be
individual,
okay.
Each individual thing that he addressed would not have
Changed the
affected
election.
the outcome.
Right.
All of them together would have. And that's the thing that they never bother to add to the statement.
Right.
Because they know it's true. Now, I'm not saying the president won the re-election, because that would not be an accurate statement.
Did it for Lady Hot too. So, like I said, I don't know if it's
Yeah.
my PC or if it's.
Well, I told you my buddy
Yeah,
sent me that message.
but this has been going on for more than 2-3 weeks now. Just randomly,
How long is
YouTube been
social
fucking
media
with
been
fucking with
clamping
me.
down on
Yeah,
people?
exactly. So, good point. All right.
But yeah, I'm firmly of the opinion that there was a chance the president was correct. There was a chance that he was incorrect as well. There was an easy way to prove it, right or wrong, and in every instance where he challenged a result, the easy way to prove it without a shadow of a doubt was not just not used, it was specifically avoided.
Right.
In 3 separate states, the president's election team requested a specific action to be taken to verify the election result. They refused. The state legislatures in those states asked for that method of resolution. It was refused.
Yep.
Well, if you're unwilling to take the step that is being acknowledged as the method to prove that you're telling us the truth, I have to assume you're not telling me the truth.
All right. Now short
It's logic, right?
Yeah.
If you're telling me the truth, you're not hiding what's going on. And you want me to see that you're not hiding what's going on. And if you're not telling me the truth, you're going to hide what's going on.
Yeah, one way or
Well,
another. Yeah, exactly. And so that's kind of the point that I was trying to make. And it's just.
I'm not saying that the result of the action that would prove it or disprove it was going to be in the president's favor. But I am saying that by not taking the action at all, it seems like you're saying you don't want to know if the president is right.
Yeah. It does seem that way, doesn't it?
And the idea that the election officials recertified their original thing, that would be like me telling you the moon is made of green cheese, and you saying, well, I don't know about that, and then being forced to accept it when I say, no, really, it's made of green cheese.
Right.
Because that's literally what they're doing. You know?
They are, in my
So,
opinion,
I
yeah.
am I am not convinced of the results. On the same token, I have not been convinced that the results were wrong either. That's a big thing that nobody on one side is willing to accept.
Well, the problem I'm having with the whole scenario, okay, and to be blunt, is that the Constitution in multiple states, 8 to be precise, I'm sorry, 4 to be precise, was violated. The state constitution. And 8 states violated federal constitutional law. So, at what point, so what you're saying to me is that we have constitutional laws, but they don't matter anymore, which means any election in the future, it doesn't matter what they do, because it's no longer valid. So they can make it whatever they.
An election.
What?
I'm not convinced there's going to be another election.
Well, yeah, exactly. Thank you. Okay. I mean, what would be the point of it? Because they can make the results be whatever they want, and they have to be accepted, apparently.
Well, they're also making up a narrative about insurrection that didn't happen. The storming of the Capitol building was not insurrection.
No.
It was unlawful, but that doesn't make it insurrection.
Yeah.
So,
according to the matter of fact number, including Dershowitz, said under the Constitution, what they did does not qualify as insurrection. It's actually defined in the Constitution.
Yeah,
so,
they didn't revolt.
Nope.
They didn't say, we're taking over, the Constitution's null and void, you're gone. They were trying to force an event under the Constitution.
Right. Which seems to be getting ignored. I mean, we have this concept.
Their method of doing it was wrong. Everybody knows it was wrong.
Right.
That doesn't mean that because they were wrong, that they revolted.
Yes. And this is where the rub keeps coming in.
I just wish that I had a literal crystal ball, but I don't think I need one to say they're going to continue this insurrection narrative for the next 2 years.
Yep. I agree.
And if there is a midterm election, the results of that midterm are going to dictate whether or not there will be an election in 4 years. If it doesn't go the way the powers that be want it to, they will claim that due to the ongoing insurrection,
exactly,
elections are suspended. And who is going to refute it, especially if the president and the House of Representatives are still the same party?
Yep. Okay, so you get my point.
Seffi, exactly the point. They're using whatever method they can.
Yeah, I don't like that. I like it from this side, but not from this side. Just gonna stick it on a rug, see if I can get it to work a bit better. Yeah, so it's just, like I said, it's a can of worms that we're gonna be stuck with.
If there is no election, no presidential election in 4 years, I think the likeliness of a shooting war is inevitable.
Well, I don't even think we're going to have to wait 4 years. We're going to go 2 years, and people are basically...
Yeah, it depends on how drastic they are. I mean, let's face it. Let's see how I can word this safely.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard the Alanis Morissette song "Ironic"? The first verse. 98-year-old man wins the presidency, or wins the lottery.
No.
What happens the next day?
No. What?
I don't want to be. I want to be coy so that it's got to be difficult to hear what I'm saying, but
Okay, it's hitting the bed.
okay. Helena knows the song.
Okay.
So she might be understanding the reference. The man wins the lottery, never gets to enjoy it. Let's put it that way.
Right. Okay.
Do you really think that that's not a possibility or probability with our
Right.
most ancient president ever elected?
These are snappable. No wonder I can't do what I want. Shit. Right. Okay. No, I understand what you're saying.
And that's the problem that I have here, is the likeliness that we are not talking about the potential of his rationale.
So, anyway.
Because I honestly think he still has.
Well,
Yeah, he's old enough. He's been there long enough. He was not always subservient to the crowd that's there now.
right.
He still has a love for the country. I don't deny the man loves the country. I don't think his and mine views of the country are the same, but that doesn't mean he loves it any less. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Know exactly what you're saying.
But this time next year, I'm not thinking that he's going to be anywhere near the White House.
No, that's why they're trying to impeach him, and I think we're just.
Oh well, no, that the impeachment is, to me, that's the we don't want to take the chance that we have the election in 4 years and he wins again.
Right. That's what I said.
Because if history's taught us anything, the American people in large numbers don't like what Democrats do when they're in power.
Right. Man, my build bar's getting filled up already? Damn.
Wow, I didn't even notice that.
I think I built that much, but apparently I built more than I thought.
So yeah, I'm reluctant to predict the future because obviously the future is unknowable.
Well, in 2 years, we have, the midterms.
Midterm elections.
And that is going to have a huge... That'll tell us right then and there. If they rig that election too, then this country's done. So.
Well, here's the thing. States that are in question, that their own legislatures have said this is all wrong.
Yeah.
The legislatures can address those issues. And let's face it, Pennsylvania has a strong enough majority in the legislature that even if the governor tries to veto any corrective legislation,
Yeah.
they can override his veto. They have that much of a majority in their legislature. I don't know about Michigan. Georgia is almost entirely Republican. And the governor is Republican. Now, he might be Rhino, but that's going to be very difficult for him to not sign a law that fixes the clear election fraud.
Right.
And regardless of whether you think it changes the outcome of this election, there's no doubt in anybody's mind that George's election was fucked up.
Right. Well, these guys have got pretty decent body armor. That's pretty cool.
Is that the more of the mercenary guys, or
No, this guy is just a regular settler, but he's got, you know, like cage armor on, and I don't know he's carrying for a weapon, but that's pretty rare. Usually, you know, they're wearing blue jeans or something, you know. So it's like, okay, see, in the middle of the road again. So that's amazing because normally there's a pickup truck there, so they'd be standing in the pickup truck. So interesting. Okay, so we have our general trader. We have 2 guards. We need to work on their armament. We have a source of food. We have our bartender down here. Not a bad looking bar. It needs something. I don't know. I gotta put some plants and crap down. But it's not a bad looking bar. And we managed to hide the shark laying down there, dolphin shark or whatever the hell it is. Got defenses on our boat over there. So we need to add some workbenches in here, and maybe you know, make this into like maybe a weapons or armor. I think weapons. It doesn't bring happiness, but it seems to me that we need something else down here. Oh, I already did attach it. Go ahead. What?
You need a clinic.
Oh, yeah. We need a clinic, that's right. Okay.
A clinic and a bar bring you caps and happiness.
Right.
A armorer and a weaponsmith bring you caps.
Right.
I think the general trader might bring you happiness too.
General trader does bring happiness.
So your big 3 are the bar, the clinic, and the trader. The others are optional based on your desired income level. Which I get a kick out of the fact that you could have nobody here except for a guard and a general trader, and somehow you make 100 caps a day.
Yep. Kind of bizarre, isn't it? So, I don't know either. I'm just saying, you know, it's just like, okay.
They're selling themselves booze.
Yep. Yeah, I know, it's weird. Okay, so...
And apparently the guard's going down the street and beating people up for caps.
Well, maybe they got a toll booth out there. I don't know. You know, they're doing something. But anyway, okay. So, well, we haven't finished our build here. I figure it's going to take a bar and a half probably to build this out the way we want. So I got to, like I said, I still got to put all the supports underneath here, you know, and we'll figure something out. I don't know what. I usually use just ink ladders and shit, just jam it in there. So, but I like the way it looks from over here, and you know. So we might put a guard post up here. That's why I put the flat roof on, so that we have kind of a... Might change this out and put a flat roof, but I'm thinking a guard post up here, facing that way. Another guard post facing the interior. Maybe? I don't know.
Definitely coming along.
So...
Might be able to do it in 1 more week.
Maybe. I don't know. But a clinic, huh? We got to put a clinic somewhere? Let's see, where could we stick a clinic? What are we doing inside here? This is just a residence for right now. I think that's the way I was thinking it. And, you know, we'll put a... this is another entrance right here, so you can come and go. And, so we got the head over here. So they got a super pooper. And so little living quarters, you know, Might put a kitchen up, stove up over here in the corner someplace. I gotta find something to block that up. I think I need, I don't know, something. But anyway, we'll figure out something. And, because moving my door thingy didn't, well, I haven't tried it. Let's see, maybe I should try it. I thought I tried it in this. I couldn't move it, put the door, couldn't glitch the door. So, let's get some daylight here real quick. Well, maybe some clear weather too, so I don't know. Oh, it's 12. Yeah, it's 12.
Just thinking
it's in mid-afternoon. It's going to be kind of hard to get daylight.
Sleep for 18 hours.
Yeah. See how that goes. Yeah, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna use COVID and stuff. We're being manipulated in the worst way, and the fact that the Republicans, Dan Bongino just went off on them yesterday, in yesterday's show that these guys are just they're not gonna get reelected. You know, if they don't do something.
Up until last week, Governor Cuomo was yelling at people who suggested that New York State needed to reopen before they had mass exodus and or mass suicides from the lockdowns.
Right.
Today he started railing that New York cannot remain closed.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. What's the difference between then and now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Vice President Biden has been certified as president-elect.
Yep. Where do we want to put the clinic? Jam. I could, off the back of this building, maybe over here? I could daughter it up against the back of the building here. Let's see.
Well, I'm on delay, so...
I know. We'll have to think about this. I could come off the... here we go. Coming around the corner now.
Coming around the corner.
Right there. So we could kind of build something off this back corner here.
Like off the kitchen area of the original house.
Yep.
Between... Yeah. That's a good spot to barnacle, too, because it's a nice square back wall.
Yep. And I can put a flat roof on it so I can walk out over here. And then come out and have another alternative entrance or exit thingy from upstairs. We're not really using the house as a house. I mean, I was going to go ahead and put the common kitchen in here. You know, what everybody else does. Oh, now Starlight needs to be defended. Shit. And then upstairs is just the upstairs with the bathroom. So, which, you know, it's adequate. Couple of beds, and then what I was thinking is that if we do the roof, do this add-on correctly, we would be able to walk out here, because we can walk out this way and get over on this roof if we need to. So I want to be able to walk out on this roof over here.
Well, remember, in vanilla,
Yeah.
the floor inside the kitchen doesn't exist.
It doesn't?
It's there for you to walk on.
Yeah.
But you can't put anything down on the floor. You know, if you try putting an ashtray or anything, it's just going to fall right through the floor.
Well, what about a chair?
Chairs, same thing. My PS4 Kingsport Lighthouse walkthrough, when I wasn't doing build videos, when I was just doing walkthroughs.
Yeah.
You'll notice I had to put a floor on top of the floor.
But I think the game was split because mine's working just fine. You're going to see it here in just a minute. Putting down an airplane seat.
Really? Uh-huh. Okay. So now that's going to come down to one of my mods that you don't have.
Yes, because this is vanilla, for all intents and purposes.
You're running almost pure vanilla.
Yep. I have no mods that affect the game itself. There's UCO and the radio thing to turn the radios off. That's it.
That is interesting.
Yeah, so
So I just learned something valuable. I thought that was a flaw in vanilla. I didn't realize it had to do with my mod.
Nope, you got a mod there that's causing the conflict. So, like I said, I could build a clinic in the kitchen area, which might work.
You could, but then you lose it as a kitchen.
Right. And I can't... Oh, see, I can take this cabinet out, too. Or I can stick a sink in there. We got a stove. We put a sink in there and make it a kitchen. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I kind of like the idea of using that dead space outside the kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah. Over here.
I'm not sure if, even with a flat roof, though, you'd be able to walk out.
I can if I use barn walls. I do believe the barn wall would be about the right height.
Actually, if you use regular walls and make sure that the roof is that high, you almost guarantee there's no bush sticking up through the floor.
Yep, I'm out of wood again. Fuck. Okay. Gotta go scrap another tree someplace. I'm running out of trees to scrap. Let's see, is there anything out here I can scrap? I don't want to scrap the big one in front. I want that tree cluster there, because it holds up the corner of my awning there. Here, we can take this one down. We're not using it. I'll take that one down. I want to leave this one here. I think, is that both trees? No, I can take down the little tree. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, this is just for demonstration purposes. Okay, you're thinking what? Just jack it up?
I'm thinking that, yeah, you raise up the, use regular shack walls and such.
Yeah.
With a flat roof. It'll bring the floor up above the bushes that are outside the original house.
Yep. So we build this into this corner here. Let's see, how close can we get? Not very. Oh, wait a minute. If we go under? We're under
but
the
if you
eaves
go
there.
with the barn walls, you're going to have the bush coming up through the floor.
Yep.
Because you're right, the height on the barn walls is absolutely tall enough that you could get within, a couple of...
Okay, I don't know what... Oh, stuck on that. Okay, let's go back upstairs and take a quick look. And we'll have to think about this all week, guys, until next Tuesday. Tomorrow is... Ooh, that's a pretty good height, actually. Look at that. Almost had it perfect. Wow. I'd say that is perfect. Yeah. It is perfect.
You're right, Russ. It is musical build sites.
Yep.
The defense of Oberlin caused a stoppage so that building could be done over there.
Yep, and then we also have Starlight is now under attack. So
that is so close.
It is. So if these will snap in. No, not there. How about over here? Aha! So we can make a funky looking one. Not sure why it's not snapping there. I think it's this corner. We're in it just far enough. Okay, so we got a plan here. So if we elevate it that high, and
it might be also hitboxing on that wire. The one that's running across.
I don't think so. Could be. No, that wire would clear. It's this corner over here is stuck in the wall slightly. And I do mean slightly.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to experiment taking the wire out and seeing if that was it. I know it visually clears it. Just barely, but it does. But you know how this game is.
Yeah, but I know on these buildings, these corners are like hard stops, and a lot of them, so... Okay, now I might agree with you that it might be the wire. Or a wire somewhere. Okay. That wire's not... Okay, take the wire out? Okay.
Because the problem is everything has a hitbox.
Yep, but it goes through this wire that's on this side. Okay. So it's just a matter of how big do we want to make the clinic. And how much space do we want to tie up. So okay, we got food for thought for next time, guys. We can go in... We want to be able to walk out on the roof on that side. We just go this way. And that's pretty good. I could probably move it over just a little bit. I want to see if I can get my wire to go back.
You might have to do the wire glitch.
Yep, it may be. Yep, you're right. It's not quite gonna cut it. Okay. Alrighty.
This weird thing that they did with these hitboxes. The wire actually has a hitbox that's almost as wide as a quarter floor.
Yeah, it's just a pain in the ass. Yes, I agree. It is truly annoying. And but if we build it, do we want a square? Should we make it L-shaped? Should we, what do we want to do? But we will take this up next week on Tuesday.
Well, the other thing we should think about is maybe you want to move the small generator and the beacon.
Yes, I could do that. Except now I can't get through this corner. Oh, yes, I can. There we go. I could move it over near these trees, I suppose. Move it out of that corner here.
Oh, I kind of like it being tucked up against the building.
So do I. But now I'm going to have problems. And now I'm going to have problems with my other wires. So, okay. We'll worry about that next week, folks. I thought that was kind of a good spot for it myself, so...
Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming by today and sharing the love with 20 likes.
Yeah, that was outstanding. I mean, for me, that's amazing, folks. Absolutely amazing. So let's get our save in. We had all kinds of things to overwrite, that's for sure. Let's see. So we're going to overwrite that exit save from last week because we don't need it. We'll create a new overwrite it anyway. So that's a quick save. We'll overwrite that one. Yes, I want to overwrite. All right, boys and girls, moms and dads, children of all ages. We will be back at it tomorrow with another live stream of Sea of Thieves. Of course, hopefully Rob will be co-hosting, because watching me sail around by myself is really boring. So,
I intend to be here.
So, yeah, I thought we were going to be playing over the weekend, you and your wife and myself, but that didn't happen, so shit happens.
She's been really busy with my oldest daughter visiting family in Vegas.
Yeah.
That trip got extended.
Oh, okay. Hope they had a good time.
They are having a good time. It's just, my wife's picked up the chores that she was doing, so now it's a little rough on her to find enough time to justify gaming.
Gotcha.
And although I try and help, there's a reason she's my caretaker. So.
Right. Understood. Again, everybody, Lady Ha, Hawk, Russ, Seffi, Julie, God, I can't think. Reese was here. God, so many people. Over 20 people, but 20 likes is even more amazing. So, thank you again. Come back tomorrow, and we'll be killing skellies and looking for loot.
We appreciate it, Hawk.
We have you in spirit, though. See, that's what counts.
we still get your view time, which is more than adequate, right?
I hope so. And with that, I say toodles.